reaching Iran's Qashm Island. At the same time, a separate and much larger oil spill of Oman has now reached the coastline, with the slick threatening protected marine habitats. Take a look.
Oil pollution has now reached the shores of Iran's Qashm Island in the Strait of Hormuz, triggering a fresh environmental alarm. Iranian authorities have launched cleanup operations, with oil reported along parts of the southern Qashm coastline and nearby waters. Tehran is now demanding compensation, saying commercial users of the strait have a legal and moral responsibility to help repair the environmental damage. Iran says initial findings suggest a foreign bulk carrier may be responsible, while maritime trackers have linked the slick to an earlier attack on a vessel off Oman. But this is not the only oil spill threatening the region. A separate tanker disaster is unfolding off the coast of Oman. The tanker Caroline Bazangi, carrying around 8 lakh barrels of crude, has been leaking oil after running aground off Oman. Satellite analysis now puts the Omani slick at more than 2,000 square kilometers, raising fears of one of the region's worst oil disasters in years. The slick is also threatening sensitive marine habitats, including a protected area home to endangered marine species. Two separate spills unfolding amid a wider maritime conflict have put the environmental cost of the crisis firmly in focus.
And viewers, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking. Sudan's brutal war continues to push civilians deeper into a humanitarian crisis. In the strategic city of El Obeid, displaced families are struggling for food, water and shelter, while hospitals are battling severe fuel and power shortages as drone strikes have hit key supply routes and infrastructure, leaving civilians and medical facilities increasingly vulnerable. Take a look at this report for more.
In Sudan's war-torn city of El Obeid, a humanitarian crisis is deepening as fighting and drone strikes disrupt basic supplies. Displaced families are struggling for food, water and shelter, while hospitals battle to keep critical services running. Amna, a displaced woman who lost her husband in the war, speaks of life inside the displacement camp.
ومجينا قاعدين نعاني معاناة شديدة ما قدموا لنا يا أخي حسي معي طشت معي الدجاج وقعدت آكل في بديل لين ما يدفع يدي حتى الوجه أخرت الولادة غير كنت إمساك شديد.
Her story reflects the desperate conditions faced by thousands who have been forced from their homes. Meanwhile, drone attacks have targeted fuel tankers, trucks, bridges and key supply routes, further cutting off the city. The fuel shortage has also hit El Obeid's healthcare system, with hospital generators running out of diesel.
Unfortunately, only 10 minutes the generator was off because of the fuel is depleted, and now they are preparing themselves to restart it. Okay, but as you know, now the emergency room is functioning as normal.
Doctors are continuing emergency treatment under extreme conditions, while residents queue for scarce fuel and struggle to access clean water. The conflict between the Sudanese army and the Rapid Support Forces has now entered its 4th year. As the fighting closes in around El Obeid city, civilians continue to pay the heaviest price.
The death toll from Colombia's powerful 7.4 magnitude earthquake has risen to 273, with more than 3,800 people injured and nearly 12,600 homes destroyed. Rescue teams continued searching through rubble for survivors as houses remain missing. More than 160 aftershocks have been recorded since Monday, while aid and essential supplies continue reaching the worst-hit areas. Indiana Governor Mike Brown has declared an emergency after severe storms swept across Midwest, bringing tornadoes, heavy rain and flash flooding. A 4-year-old boy was killed after a tree fell on a home, while another person died in Ohio after flooded roads prevented first responders from reaching them. A passenger train derailed in southern England, injuring 11 people. The Southern Rail service was carrying around 150 passengers from London to Eastbourne when 3 carriages overturned outside. In fact, the emergency crews evacuated all passengers within about 3 hours as authorities began investigating the cause. At least 107 people were rescued after a tourist boat caught fire off Turkey's Fethiye coast. Many passengers, including children, reportedly jumped into the sea to escape the flames before being rescued by Coast Guard teams. The cause of the fire remains unclear. Israeli strikes killed at least 2 people in Gaza, including a police chief, and injured many others. Jamal Abu Kamil was killed when his vehicle was struck southwest of Gaza City, according to Palestinian officials. A separate strike in Khan Yunis killed another man, while the Israeli military said it had targeted a Hamas company commander accused of planning attacks on its troops. Russia and Ukraine carried out an exchange of soldiers' bodies and civilian prisoners in Belarus. Russia handed over the bodies of 261 Ukrainian soldiers and received 24 Russian soldiers' bodies, according to Belarusian state media. The two sides also exchanged civilian captives, with Ukraine releasing 8 people and Russia releasing 7. A 17-year-old Massachusetts teenager has been held without bail after being accused of killing his mother and 14-year-old brother at their home. Prosecutors said both victims died from blunt force trauma following an apparent violent struggle. Authorities allege the teenager had previously used ChatGPT and online searches to explore the fictional or gothic stories involving his family being killed. And viewers, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking. Japan has summoned Russia's ambassador and launched a strong protest after Vladimir Putin made his first visit to the disputed Kuril Islands. In fact, Tokyo called the visit to Iturup absolutely unacceptable and said that the islands are inherently Japanese territory. Putin's visit has now reignited a decades-old territorial dispute and further strained already difficult Japan-Russia ties. Take a look.
Japan has summoned Russia's ambassador after Vladimir Putin visited the disputed Kuril island of Iturup. Foreign Minister Toshimitsu Motegi said that Tokyo had launched a strong protest and asked Moscow to be informed.
ロシア大使外務省の方に召喚いたしまして、本日の、プーチン大統領によります、トロフ島訪問について、強く抗議をしました。また速やかにですね、その旨、本国に伝達するよう、要請をしたところであります。
Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi also called Putin's visit absolutely unacceptable and said that Tokyo had repeatedly asked Russia not to make the trip.
北方領土は歴史的にも国際法上も我が国固有の領土であります。ロシアの現職の大統領による今般のトロフ島訪問は北方領土に関する日本の一貫した立場と相入れません。また日本国民の感情を傷つけるものであり断じて許容できません。
Putin had visited a fish plant, a hospital and a school on Iturup and met local residents and the governor of Russia's Sakhalin region. The visit came during Putin's wider trip across Russia's Far East after he attended Pacific Fleet exercises on Sakhalin.
Ясно, что основные задачи решаются сегодня в ходе специальной военной операции, но наша с вами обязанность обеспечить безопасность российского государства на всех его рубежах, на всех территориях. Это территория непростая. Вчера командующий давал оценку ситуации в регионе, я с ней согласен полностью. Хотел бы вас сегодня послушать и послушать ваши предложения о том, что нужно сделать дополнительно для того, чтобы создать вам и вашим подчиненным условия для наиболее эффективного решения стоящих перед нами общих задач.
The dispute centers on 4 southern Kuril islands, which Russia controls, but Japan call its northern territories. The Soviet Union seized the islands in the final days of World War II, and the dispute has prevented Moscow and Tokyo from signing a formal peace treaty. Decades of negotiations have failed to resolve the territorial row, while Russia has strengthened its presence across the Kurils. Relations have deteriorated further since Japan imposed sanctions on Russia after its invasion of Ukraine in 2022.
ロシアによるウクライナ侵略を受けて日露関係は厳しい状況にあります。そのような中でも日本はできる限りの努力を払ってきましたが、今回の訪問は日本国内の対ロ感情を一層厳しくし、中長期的な関係回復を困難にしたと言わざるを得ません。ロシア側においてはこのことの重大さを深刻に受け止めてほしいと考えております。以上です。
With Tokyo now formally protesting Putin's first visit to the disputed islands, the Kuril territorial row has emerged as another major flashpoint in already strained Japan-Russia ties.
And we're watching a short break. Do not go anywhere. Rahul Gandhi openly disrespects the national anthem. Walks around when national anthem is played. Stay tuned.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
जब सरकार बातें नहीं मान रही है तो ऐसे में हम लोग भी ठाने हैं, जितने भी हड़तालकारी हैं, भूख हड़ताल बैठे हुए सब लोगों का मानना है हम लोग फिर ऐसे में जिंदा रहकर क्या करेंगे। इसलिए हम लोग डॉक्टर्स को बोल भी दिए हैं कि नहीं, जब तक सरकारें मांगे पूरी नहीं करती है हम भूख हड़ताल पर जैसे बैठे हैं वैसे बैठे रहेंगे।
And viewers, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking from the world of sports. Let's get started. Celebrating her silver medal victory in the 75-kilogram category of the Glasgow Commonwealth Games, internationally acclaimed boxer Lovelina was facilitated by the Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sarma at Lok Sabha Bhavan in Dispel. India's proposed men's cricket tour to Bangladesh hinges on formal clearance from the Indian government. According to the BCCI source, discussions with the Indian High Commission are actively ongoing and the tour will not move forward without the government approval. The Table Tennis Federation of India warned about the consequences of its suspension by the Sports Ministry, citing the IOC's Olympic Charter. The TTFI demanded that its autonomy be respected without third-party interference and urged the ministry to pause and review its August 12th order. India has pulled out the first ever FIFA ASEAN Cup to focus on their highly anticipated international friendly against Brazil this October, according to the AIFF Deputy Secretary General M. Satya Narayanan on Thursday. Indian Grandmaster R. Pragananda has suffered a hard-fought defeat against Germany's Vincent Kemmer in the Battle of Rising Stars, part of the Grand Chess Tour. After a dominant run recently, the Indian ace was finally bested by the rapidly improving German. In battle, FIFA President Gianni Infantino received a major boost, securing the full support of 6 Arab football federations, backed by Morocco, Qatar, Egypt, and many more. In fact, 4 of which hold FIFA Council seats. Infantino is fighting to maintain his position. Mitchell Starc has cemented his place in cricket history on the opening day of the Darwin Test. The Australia quick has dismissed Shadnan Islam for his 434th Test wicket, overtaking Sri Lankan spinner Rangana Herat to become the most successful left-arm bowler in the format's history. And we're watching a short break. Do not go anywhere. Pakistan handler arrested from Karnataka. Shocking videos of Jammu and Kashmir being excluded from the India's map found on the handler's phone. Stay tuned.
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath, there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Well, I think it's a disgraceful thing. There's absolutely, this is unacceptable, this sort of behavior. And I don't know who's done it, whether it's a Nihang or some other person. There should be full inquiry and full action taken against this person. And I hope Sukhbir is better. I'm told he's been injured on his arm and he's under treatment. And my good wishes are with him. I hope he gets better soon. I don't know. That is for the investigation to now find out who this was. If it was a Nihang or was it some other Akali activist or some activist of some other party. Once we only come to know, then we know what the objective of this attack was. Well, you know, the Nihangs are type of people of their own. They take, they react without thinking. And I don't know this, what connection this was, how it was, what was the provocation or something. We can't say that till investigation takes place.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very warm welcome viewers, you're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Now this Independence Day, Republic TV brings you the Nationalist Collective Conclave and Independence Day Special, a powerful tribute to the extraordinary men and women who served India with courage, pride and unwavering devotion. From the stories of our brave hearts and their ultimate sacrifice to the families who continue to carry their legacy with strength and pride, the Conclave brings you powerful conversations of courage, service and patriotism, a day to remember those who put the nation before self. Nationalist Collective Conclave, their sacrifice, our freedom, only on Republic TV. Now let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Congress leader Sandeep Dikshit makes disgusting sexist remark on Italian PM Melanie. Rahul laughs. Rahul Gandhi openly disrespects national anthem, walks around when national anthem is played.
आज जिस प्रकार के संस्कारहीन, गरिमाहीन, अश्लील और अभद्र बयान राहुल गांधी ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी पर दिया है, उससे वो लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन नहीं, एक फेल्ड स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन लग रहे थे.
BJP launches scathing attack after Rahul's crass remark, says leader of opposition, now more of a stand-up comedian. Tunnel collapses in Uttarakhand's Chamoli, at least 7 dead, whereas 22 workers have been rescued. CM Dhami says all necessary resources being deployed for rescue operations. Pakistan handler arrested from Karnataka's Kalaburgi. Shocking videos of Jammu and Kashmir being excluded from India's map found on handler's phone. The monsoon session of Parliament has ended amid repeated disruptions, with the opposition and the government locked in a bitter face-off. Now, the Congress-led opposition has been accused of repeatedly disrupting proceedings and shifting its demands, while the government maintained that it was ready for debate always. Now, Lok Sabha recorded just 19% productivity, just 19%, while Rajya Sabha managed 39%. And the BJP has now launched a sharp attack on the opposition, questioning whether protests have replaced parliamentary debate. So was the opposition more interested in confrontation than discussion in the House? Watch this report.
The Congress is once again bringing down the dignity of the Parliament. Non-stop slogans, repeated disruptions and ruckus. It is evident that Congress had no intention of allowing Parliament to function.
We are not interested in listening to Mr. Amit Shah's imagination. We are not interested in him giving us a lecture or a discussion. We are interested in one simple thing, and when I say we, I mean the younger generation of this country.
Led by Congress, the opposition kept shifting its demands throughout the session, even as the government maintained it was ready to discuss any issue inside the House.
सभी प्रकार की चर्चा करने के लिए सरकार तैयार है और चर्चा के लिए समय सुनिश्चित किया जाए और विपक्ष तैयार हो जाए. पहले तो ये यही मांग कर रहे थे, हमने हाँ बोल दिया. मेरी ओर से भी मैंने कह दिया है कि मैं किसी भी सवाल का जवाब देने के लिए संसद में तैयार हूं।
The outcome: Lok Sabha recorded just 19% productivity, while Rajya Sabha managed only 39%.
लोकसभा में जितना टाइम आवंटित किया गया है, टोटल टाइम एलोकेशन के हिसाब से सिर्फ 19% हमने प्रोडक्टिविटी की दृष्टि से 19% सक्सेस प्राप्त किया है। राज्यसभा में 39%।
The BJP hit back hard at the opposition's behavior during the monsoon session.
The entire monsoon session of the parliament stood sacrificed at the altar of the arrogance, delinquents, sense of entitlement, and total indiscipline of the gentleman known as leader of opposition.
With the session ending in a washout, the big question remains: should the Congress not have better standards of debate and discussion in the parliament?
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. A shocking attack on Shiromani Akali Dal chief and former Punjab Deputy Chief Minister Sukhbir Singh Badal has raised serious questions over security arrangements. Badal was attacked with a kirpan at the Hazur Sahib Gurdwara in Nanded, with the assailant striking his right hand. The attacker, identified as Nihang Singh Jaspal Singh, was swiftly overpowered by security personnel. Now, police say Jaspal is a lawyer from Pune who had been serving at the Gurdwara for nearly 2 years. The Akali Dal has alleged a larger conspiracy and demanded a CBI probe. Now, the incident also brings back memories of the December 24 attack on Badal outside the Golden Temple in Amritsar. With Punjab heading towards another high-stakes political battle, the Nanded attack has triggered fresh questions over how Badal could be approached despite Z+ security.
A shocking attack unfolded at Nanded's Hazur Sahib Gurdwara yesterday's morning. Former Punjab Deputy CM Sukhbir Singh Badal was attacked with a kirpan by a Nihang Sikh. The attacker struck Badal on his right hand, and what makes the incident more serious is that Badal was under Z+ security cover at that time. The man was immediately apprehended by security personnel. Police has identified him as Jaspal Singh, a Nihang Sikh. According to police, Jaspal Singh is a lawyer from Pune and he had been doing seva at the Nanded Gurdwara for around 2 years. But his justification after the attack have raised serious questions. When asked why he did it, Jaspal Singh reportedly said, "I just felt like doing it." The Akali Dal is alleging a larger conspiracy and demanding a CBI investigation.
आज भी जब अटैक हुआ है, उनके बाजू में लगा है, फिर उनके दिल में मारना चाहता था वो, मगर वो नहीं कामयाब किया क्योंकि गुरु की कृपा थी, गुरु ने बख्शिश करनी थी। साथ के जो सिंह है उन्होंने दे एक्टेड टाइमली, मगर क्या आप इनको गुरु का सिख समझ सकते हो?
Akali Dal leader Daljit Singh Chima has also raised questions over the attack and the security arrangements.
तो अगर गुरुद्वारे में जाकर उसका सहारा लेके कि यहाँ थोड़ी सी सिक्योरिटी कम है, ऐसे हमले होंगे, तो ये तो संगत के लिए आगे के समय के लिए बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगी। तो पहले तो इसकी हायर लेवल की जो इंडिपेंडेंट इंक्वायरी कि साजिश क्या, ये डीप रूटेड कॉन्स्पिरेसी, जब तक साजिश नहीं सामने आती तब तक कोई फायदा नहीं, ऐसे आईवाश करने का कोई फायदा नहीं।
And this is not the first attempt on Sukhbir Badal's life.
लेकिन सुखबीर सिंह बादल लगातार ही
In December 2024, Narayan Singh fired at Badal outside the Golden Temple in Amritsar, and Badal survived that attack too. Meanwhile, the ATS and Pune police have reached Jaspal Singh's residence to gather information about his background. While police have also learned that Jaspal Singh left that residence around 2 to 2.5 years ago, 2 attacks, different years, and fresh questions over how a political leader could be approached so easily despite security cover. With Punjab heading towards another high-stakes political battle, the Nanded attack has already turned into a flashpoint.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. Now, details are emerging in the Air India Phuket Delhi turbulence probe. Now, sources say questions are now being raised over pilot Sudeep Vashisht, including his previous incidents and alleged links between his family and DGC officials. Now, after Republic's extensive coverage and its questioning of top Air India management, the airline has ordered mandatory dope testing for all pilots. Meanwhile, fresh questions are being raised over the aircraft's delayed pan-pan call to Delhi ATC. Take a look.
The investigation into the Air India Phuket Delhi turbulence incident is gathering pace, with the AAIB likely to submit its preliminary report to ICAO within a month. Sources have informed Republic about the possibility of another aviation cover-up, which has now opened up another can of worms. Republic has learned of fresh questions over the pilot in command, Sudeep Vashisht, and whether he was shielded despite previous incidents. Sources say Vashisht's father was also a pilot and had links to officials in the DGCA. His family's alleged links to the aviation regulator are now under scrutiny as part of the probe. Investigation has also found that Vashisht regularly consumed drugs. After Republic's extensive coverage, Air India mid-air horror, the airline has ordered mandatory dope testing for all pilots. Republic has also learned of the sequence of events that occur following the 300-foot altitude drop. The sequence of events are now raising fresh questions over the communication between the pilots and the Delhi ATC. The Air India flight made a pan-emergency call to Delhi ATC, but only after entering Delhi airspace. Sources say the aircraft encountered a significant altitude drop while it was over Odisha. Yet the emergency call was made much later when the aircraft was already approaching Delhi. The pilot reportedly told ATC that only 4 to 5 passengers had sustained injuries. Despite the turbulence and injuries, the aircraft continued towards Delhi instead of diverting to a nearer airport. The government and aviation regulator are expected to push for an expedited probe into what went wrong.
All right, viewers, now let's move ahead and get you all the top national developments now in National Wraps. Former Trinamool Congress MLA Nirmal Ghosh was arrested on Thursday in connection with the alleged hurried cremation of the body of a doctor who was raped and murdered at RGKar Medical College and Hospital in August 24. Fresh probe was ordered after Chief Minister Shuvendu Adhikari to investigate the alleged hasty cremation. Later, BJP workers and local residents gathered outside Panhati municipality to celebrate Ghosh's arrest. A 35-year-old woman named Sanjana died and around 10 people, including 4 children, were injured after a bike allegedly rammed into people sitting by the roadside in Manpur. Locals alleged that the bike riders were under the influence of alcohol. The injured were taken to hospital, where several remain in critical condition. The food department sealed alleged fake paneer manufacturing units in Bhojpur following an inspection. Around 800 kilograms of paneer and khoya were destroyed and FIRs were registered against the operators. The BJP leaders and workers took out a Tiranga Yatra as part of the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, with MP Dr. Mahesh Sharma participating in the rally. A model of a Rafale fighter jet became one of the attractions during the patriotic event. Organizers said that the campaign aims to encourage future generations to hoist the national flag and remember the sacrifices made for India's independence. Iconic buildings across Mumbai were illuminated in the colors of national flag ahead of India's 80th Independence Day. The Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Terminus, Vidhan Bhavan, BMC Office, Bombay Stock Exchange Building, LIC and SBI buildings were among those decorated. The tricolor illumination added to the city's Independence Day celebrations. The BJP has hit back at Rahul Gandhi over his latest remarks against PM Modi, accusing him of crossing all limits of decency and lowering public discourse. Now, BJP leaders have also condemned Congress remarks involving PM Modi and Giorgia Meloni, calling them sexist and objectionable. Now, the BJP says that political criticism must not descend into personal attacks or cheap innuendo. Watch this report.
इनके माइंड में घुस गया कि फॉरेन पॉलिसी.
Another sexist, cheap and disgusting remark during a play acting by the Congress. The political row erupted over Congress remarks involving Prime Minister Modi and Italian Prime Minister Meloni.
इनके माइंड में घुस गया कि फॉरेन पॉलिसी इज दिस.
During an event, Gandhi remarks that foreign policy is not about hugging politicians. Following this, he embraces Congress leader Sandeep Dixit. Dixit then says, "I hope you did not hug me thinking I was Meloni."
Meloni समझ के तो नहीं पकड़ा था.
The cadet level remarks have invoked a strong reaction from the ruling party. The BJP hit back sharply, slamming Rahul Gandhi's sexist and disgusting behavior. The BJP says Rahul Gandhi is behaving more like a stand-up comedian and not a politician. Union Minister Giriraj Singh slammed Rahul, stating his repeated attacks on PM stems from frustration and anger.
जो आदमी मानसिक दिवालियेपन में हो, राहुल गांधी उसी श्रेणी में आते हैं. उन्हें संसद के बदले आगरा जैसे संस्थान में रहना चाहिए. कि राहुल गांधी आधा फ्रस्ट्रेशन उनके चेहरे से झलकता है, वो पागल हो चुके हैं. अगर सोनिया जी ने उनका इलाज नहीं कराया तो एक दिन उन्हीं के लिए घातक हो.
Bansuri Swaraj also launched a sharp attack, calling his language uncultured, crude and vulgar. She accused him of resorting to cheap innuendo and locker room talk.
आज जिस प्रकार के संस्कारहीन, गरिमाहीन, अश्लील और अभद्र बयान राहुल गांधी ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी पर दिया है, उसे वो लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन नहीं, एक फेल्ड स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन लग रहे थे.
Even Arjun Ram Meghwal slams Rahul Gandhi over his derogatory remarks on PM Modi.
भाषा राहुल गांधी जी की संयमित नहीं है, मर्यादित भी नहीं है. वो लोकसभा में बोलते समय भी क्या बोल जाते हैं, इसलिए उनको कोई गंभीर लेता नहीं है. राहुल गांधी जी एलओपी के पद पे हैं. भाषा तो मर्यादित बोलनी चाहिए ना उनको. अमर्यादित भाषा क्या बोलना चाहिए? क्या कहना चाहते हैं अमर्यादित भाषा बोल करके? उनकी चलने की स्टाइल, आने की स्टाइल आप देखते नहीं हो क्या? दुनिया देखती है, जनता देखती है, सब देखते हैं. और वो आरोप लगाना, झूठ बोलना और भाग जाना, ये उनके कैरेक्टर का भाग हो गया है.
BJP leaders have accused the Congress of mocking the bonhomie between Modi and Meloni, describing the episode as shocking, disgusting and a new low in political discourse. From personal attacks on Prime Minister Modi to the controversial remarks involving Meloni, Congress has certainly crossed the line.
Meloni समझ के तो नहीं पकड़ा था.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. Jharkhand student protest has entered a fresh flashpoint. Now, after weeks of agitation over alleged examination irregularities, now Jharkhand police have now booked around 600 protesters over Thursday's march towards the Jharkhand Assembly. The FIR names 100 people, includes 500 unidentified students, protesters, with some facing non-bailable charges. As students prepare for another march towards Chief Minister Hemant Soren's residence, the question is also growing. Why has Congress and CJP, which backed protests in Delhi, remained silent in Ranchi? Take a look.
Chased away, water cannoned, beaten up, injured and hospitalized, and now booked by police. After over 20 days of protests, Jharkhand students now face cases over Thursday's march towards the assembly. 600 protesters booked by the Rahul Soren government. The FIR names 100 accused and books another 500 unidentified protesters, with many facing non-bailable offences. The contrast is stark, as no one from Congress or the Cockroach Janata Party came in to back these students. Congress leaders backed Jantar Mantar protests, but the party is now silent as students face FIRs in Jharkhand. And the same question is being asked of the CJP. Why the silence in Ranchi? The CJP had demanded withdrawal of FIRs against protesters in Delhi, but has made no similar push over the cases registered in Ranchi. The CJP leader, who was too sick to travel to Jharkhand, seems to be now busy planning another theatrics, which he calls Jantar Mantar Protest Season 2.
बहुत सारे लोग इंस्टाग्राम पर कमेंट कर रहे थे कि सीजन 2 कब आने वाला है जंतर मंतर। उन लोगों को मैं कहना चाहता हूँ जंतर मंतर का सीजन 2 बहुत ही जल्द शुरू होने जा रहा है और सीजन 2 जो रहेगा मोदी की इस्तीफा।
The protesters have threatened to march to Chief Minister Hemant Soren's residence, which resulted in over 100 additional personnel deployed. The protesters have also called for a Tiranga march on Independence Day.
15 अगस्त को स्वतंत्रता दिवस के सम्मान में हम लोग सुबह तिरंगा यात्रा निकालेंगे नंगे पांव। रूट चार्ट हम लोगों को आप लोगों को बहुत जल्द बता देंगे। FIR को लेकर के मैं प्रशासन से निवेदन करूंगा कि किसी भी जेन्युइन छात्र को परेशान न किया जाए, चिन्हित किया जाए, सुनिश्चित किया जाए कि जो उपद्रवी थे उनके ऊपर FIR किया जाए। जो भी छात्र हैं उनको परेशान न किया जाए।
The controversy has now also reached Delhi, with ABVP protesting outside the Jharkhand Bhavan.
जैसे अखिल भारतीय विद्यार्थी परिषद ने NTA के खिलाफ भी पहला प्रोटेस्ट करा था, आज वैसे ही हम झारखंड भवन के बाहर प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं कि जो झारखंड में स्टूडेंटों के साथ अन्याय हो रहा है, हम ऐसा किसी भी स्टूडेंट के साथ नहीं होने देंगे। हम विद्यार्थी परिषद के कार्यकर्ता हैं, हमारे को पुलिस किसी से डर नहीं लगता। हमारी सिर्फ एक ही मांग है कि छात्रों के साथ न्याय होना चाहिए।
The same Congress CJP gang that turned up in Jantar Mantar is now shying away from real students' issue in Ranchi. It's a 180-degree flip of the Congress and the CJP, their hypocrisy unmasked with every passing day.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Rahul Gandhi openly disrespects national anthem, walks around when national anthem is played. Coming up next, all details on that and a lot more after a short break.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
जब सरकार बातें नहीं मान रही है तो ऐसे में हम लोग भी ठाने हैं, जितने भी हड़तालकारी हैं, भूख हड़ताल बैठे हुए सब लोगों का मानना है हम लोग फिर ऐसे में जिंदा रहकर क्या करेंगे। इसलिए हम लोग डॉक्टर्स को बोल भी दिए कि नहीं, जब तक सरकारें मांगे पूरी नहीं करती है हम भूख हड़ताल पर जैसे बैठे हैं वैसे बैठे रहेंगे।
अभी तक तो कॉल नहीं आया है। 2 राउंड की वार्ता होने के बाद अभी तक तो सरकार की तरफ से कोई वैसा बुलावा नहीं आया। दुर्भाग्य है। हम लोग हर रोज हर पल इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि हमारी मांगे कब पूरी हो, हमसे वार्ता कब हो। तो ये वार्ता तो हम लोग माननीय मंत्री डेलीगेशन उधर से जो 4 थे उनके साथ हम लोग 2 वार्ता किए हैं। हम लोगों ने तर्क के साथ चीज़ों को रखे। मेरा मानना है कि अगर जब वार्ता हो तो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी रहें, हम लोग की बातों को समझें, क्योंकि ये माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी अगर रहेंगे तो एक अच्छा मैसेज भी जाएगा पूरे राज्य में छात्र युवाओं के पास, उनके अभिभावक के पास, कि जब मेरे बच्चे इतने दिन से वहाँ थे और तो इस गार्ज
Celebrating a silver medal victory in the 75 kg category at the 26th Glasgow Commonwealth Games, internationally acclaimed boxer Lavlina Borgohain was felicitated by Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma at Lok Seva Bhawan in Dispel. India's proposed men's cricket tour to Bangladesh hinges on formal clearance from the Indian government, according to a BCCI source. Discussions with the Indian High Commission are actively ongoing and the tour will not move forward without government approval. The Table Tennis Federation of India warned about the consequences of its suspension by the Sports Ministry. Citing the IOC's Olympic Charter, the TTFI demanded that its autonomy be respected without third-party interference and urged the ministry to pause and review its August 12 order. India has pulled out of the first ever FIFA ASEAN Cup to focus on their highly anticipated international friendly against Brazil this October, according to AIFF Deputy Secretary General M. Satyanarayanan on Thursday. Indian Grandmaster R. Pragnananda suffered a hard-fought defeat against Germany's Vincent Keimer in a battle of rising stars at the Sinquefield Cup, part of the Grand Chess Tour. After a dominant run recently, the Indian ace was finally bested by the rapidly improving German. All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, BJP launches scathing attack after Rahul's crass remark, says leader of opposition, now more of a stand-up comedian.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing grip. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Well, I think it's a disgraceful thing. There's absolutely, this is unacceptable, this sort of behavior. And I don't know who's done it, whether it's a Nihang or some other person. There should be full inquiry and full action taken against this person. And I hope Sukhbir is better. I'm told he's been injured on his arm and he's under treatment. And my good wishes are with him. I hope he gets better soon. I don't know. That is for the investigation to now find out who this was. If it was a Nihang or was it some other Akali activist or some activist of some other party. Once we only come to know, then we know what the objective of this attack was. Well, you know, the Nihangs are type of people of their own. They take, they react without thinking. And I don't know this, what connection this was, how it was, what was the provocation or something. We can't say that till investigation takes place.
Congress leader Sandeep Dixit makes disgusting sexist remark on Italian PM Meloni. Rahul laughs. Rahul Gandhi openly disrespects the national anthem, walks around when the national anthem is being played.
आज जिस प्रकार के संस्कारहीन, गरिमाहीन, अश्लील और अभद्र बयान राहुल गांधी ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी पर दिया है, उसे वो लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन नहीं, एक फेल्ड स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन लग रहे थे।
BJP launches scathing attack after Rahul's cross remark, says leader of opposition now more of a stand-up comedian. Tunnel collapses in Uttarakhand's Chamoli, at least 7 dead, whereas 22 workers have been rescued. CM Dhami says all necessary resources being deployed for rescue operations. Pakistani handler arrested from Karnataka's Kala Buragi. Shocking videos of Jammu and Kashmir being excluded from India's map found on the handler's phone. Good morning, viewers. Welcome to Republic. This is Live This Morning with me, Karun Seth. Now, starting with our first story, Pakistan's military has denied reports that jailed former Prime Minister Imran Khan has died in custody, calling the claims false. Now, the rumours sparked unrest after reports cited military resources, but no evidence of Khan's death emerged. His family was reportedly shown CCTV footage of him walking inside Adiala Jail, easing immediate fears, though questions remain over his health and detention.
Pakistan's military has strongly denied viral reports claiming jailed former Prime Minister Imran Khan has died in custody at Rawalpindi's Adiala Jail. The denial came after reports triggered widespread concern and political unrest across Pakistan, with Khan's supporters demanding proof that he remains alive. The controversy began after Pakistani journalist Wajahat Saeed Khan published reports questioning Khan's whereabouts and citing conversations with the senior military sources. The reports initially suggested fears within military circles that Khan could be dead, but the journalist later clarified that he had no authenticated evidence confirming his death. He said his sources had instead expressed deep concern over the secrecy surrounding Khan's detention. As the rumors spread rapidly online, supporters of Khan's Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf party threatened protest and demanded transparency from the authorities. Pakistan's military wing, ISPR, dismissed the reports as false and fabricated, saying Khan remains alive and in custody at Adiala Jail. Khan's family also received reassurance after relatives were reportedly allowed to view CCTV footage showing the former PM walking inside the prison. While the footage eased immediate fears over his reported death, questions remain over Khan's health and the secrecy surrounding his detention.
Now, Sudan's brutal war continues to push civilians deeper into a humanitarian crisis. In the strategic city of El Obeid, residents, displaced families are struggling for food, water and shelter, while hospitals are battling severe fuel and power shortages. As drone strikes have hit key supply routes and infrastructure, leaving civilians and medical facilities increasingly vulnerable. Take a look at this report.
In Sudan's war-torn city of El Obeid, a humanitarian crisis is deepening as fighting and drone strikes disrupt basic supplies. Displaced families are struggling for food, water and shelter, while hospitals battle to keep critical services running. Amna, a displaced woman who lost her husband in the war, speaks of life inside the displacement camp.
ومجينا قاعدين نعاني معاناة شديدة ما قدموا لنا يا أخي ما حسي معي طشت معي الدجاج وقعدت آكل في بليل ما يدفع يدي حتى الوجه أخرت الولادة غير كنت إمساك شديد.
Her story reflects the desperate conditions faced by thousands who have been forced from their homes. Meanwhile, drone attacks have targeted fuel tankers, trucks, bridges and key supply routes, further cutting off the city. The fuel shortage has also hit El Obeid's healthcare system, with hospital generators running out of diesel.
Unfortunately, only 10 minutes the generator was off because of the fuel is depleted, and now they are preparing themselves to restart it. Okay, but as you know, now the emergency room is functioning as normal.
Doctors are continuing emergency treatment under extreme conditions, while residents queue for scarce fuel and struggle to access clean water. The conflict between the Sudanese army and the Rapid Support Forces has now entered its fourth year. As the fighting closes in around El Obeid city, civilians continue to pay the heaviest price.
Now, the US ambassador to Israel has condemned what he called a horrific act of terror in the West Bank after Israeli settlers surrounded Palestinian homes in the village of Kusra. Residents say food and water were blocked from reaching families inside, while Israeli forces later dismantled 2 illegal outposts. Now, the incident has renewed concerns over escalating settlers' violence and the safety of Palestinian civilians in the occupied West Bank. Take a look.
The US ambassador to Israel has condemned the siege of a Palestinian American family's home in the Israeli-occupied West Bank, calling it a horrific act of terror. Since Sunday, Israeli settlers have surrounded 3 homes in the village of Qasra, throwing stones and preventing residents from leaving as food and water supplies dwindled.
هذا المنزل إخوة قصي وهم سكان أمريكا بس هو ساكن فيه. في كذا منزل محاصر هان في خمس منازل محاصرات مانعين يفوتوا لهم الأكل. حاليا في الوقت هذا فوق ال 1200 جندي موجودين في قصرة محاصرينها. طلعت دبابات شيف طلعت على مقرية قصرة. اقتحامات ممنوع حدا يفوت ممنوع حدا يطلع. حتى الاكل والشرب ممنوع يصل للمحاصرين في المنازل ال5 منازل الموجودات. حتى المتضامنين الاجانب مع اهل قصرة مانعينهم يخششوا لهم الاكل ويخششوا لهم الماء.
Israeli forces later moved some residents to another house while the military said it dismantled 2 illegal outposts near Qasra and detained 1 Israeli.
أول أولادي من الدار ودخلوا المستوطنين على ساحة المنزل وأخذوا الفراش وقالوا لهم نحن نقعد. حاليا الأولاد قاعدين برا في تحت الشجر.
The Israeli military described the siege as illegal, but the settlers returned the following day and blocked roads with rocks. As tensions continue to rise in the West Bank, the siege in Qasra has once again put the spotlight on growing settler violence and the protection of Palestinian civilians.
Now, a new environmental threat is emerging from the waters around the Strait of Hormuz, with oil pollution reaching Iran's Qashm Island. At the same time, a separate and much larger oil spill-off of Oman has now reached the coastline, with a slick threatening protected marine habitats. More on this report for you.
Oil pollution has now reached the shores of Iran's Qashm Island in the Strait of Hormuz, triggering a fresh environmental alarm. Iranian authorities have launched cleanup operations with oil reported along parts of the southern Qashm coastline and nearby waters. Tehran is now demanding compensation, saying commercial users of the strait have a legal and moral responsibility to help repair the environmental damage. Iran says initial findings suggest a foreign bulk carrier may be responsible, while maritime trackers have linked the slick to an earlier attack on a vessel off Oman. But this is not the only oil spill threatening the region. A separate tanker disaster is unfolding off the coast of Oman. The tanker Caroline Bazangi, carrying around 8 lakh barrels of crude, has been leaking oil after running aground off Oman. Satellite analysis now puts the Omani slick at more than 2,000 square kilometers, raising fears of one of the region's worst oil disasters in years. The slick is also threatening sensitive marine habitats, including a protected area home to endangered marine species. 2 separate spills unfolding amid a wider maritime conflict have put the environmental cost of the crisis firmly in focus.
All right, moving across the world now, here are the top international headlines making news today. Now, the death toll from Colombia's powerful 7.4 magnitude earthquake has risen to 273, with more than 800 people injured and nearly 12,600 homes destroyed. Rescue teams continued searching through rubble for survivors as thousands remain missing. More than 160 aftershocks have been recorded since Monday, while aid and essential supplies continue reaching the worst-hit areas. Indiana Governor Mike Braun has declared an emergency after severe storms swept across the Midwest, bringing tornadoes, heavy rain and flash flooding. A 4-year-old boy was killed after a tree fell on a home, while another person died in Ohio after flooded roads prevented first responders from reaching them. A passenger train derailed in southern England, injuring 11 people. The Southern Rail service was carrying around 150 passengers from London to Eastbourne when 3 carriages overturned outside Lewes. Emergency crews evacuated all passengers within about 3 hours as authorities began investigating the cause. At least 107 people were rescued after a tourist boat caught fire off Turkey's Fethiye coast. Several passengers, including children, reportedly jumped into the sea to escape the flames before being rescued by Coast Guard teams. The cause of the fire remains unclear. Israeli strikes killed at least 2 people in Gaza, including a police chief, and injured several others. Jamal Abu Kamil was killed when his vehicle was struck southwest of Gaza City, according to Palestinian officials. A separate strike in Khan Yunis killed another man, while the Israeli military said it had targeted the Hamas company commander accused of planning attacks on its troops. Russia and Ukraine carried out an exchange of soldiers' bodies and civilian prisoners in Belarus. Russia handed over the bodies of 261 Ukrainian soldiers and received 24 Russian soldier bodies, according to Belarusian state media. Now, the two sides also exchanged civilian captives, with Ukraine releasing 8 people and Russia releasing 7. 17-year-old Massachusetts teenager has been held without bail after being accused of killing his mother and 14-year-old brother at their home. Prosecutors said both victims died from blunt force trauma following an apparent violent struggle. Authorities allege the teenager had previously used ChatGPT and online searches to explore fictional or gothic stories involving his family being killed. Now, whereas Europe's intense heatwave is putting growing pressure on power supplies, with nuclear reactors in France and Romania forced to cut or halt production. Now, France expects nuclear output to halve by around 15%, while record low Danube levels have shut down Romania's only operating reactor. The reduced output is also affecting neighboring countries as heat, drought and wildfires continue to strain Europe's energy systems.
Europe's intense heat wave is putting fresh pressure on power supplies, forcing nuclear reactors in France and Romania to cut or halt production. In France, nuclear output is expected to drop by around 15% on Friday, with 6 reactors fully offline and 9 facing curtailments. France gets around 70% of its electricity from nuclear power, but soaring river temperatures are limiting reactor operations to protect waterways. The reduced output is also affecting neighboring countries, with Britain and Germany turning to coal and gas plants to make up for the lower French electricity exports. In Romania, record low Danube levels have forced a shutdown of the country's only operating nuclear reactor at Cernavoda after another reactor was taken offline last month. With heat, drought and wildfires continue across Europe, authorities are taking emergency measures to protect power supplies and keep electricity grids stable.
Now, 5th heat wave has affected France this summer, with temperatures reaching 40 degrees Celsius. France is facing widespread drought conditions that have devastated crops and drained rivers. With land dried up and no sign of rain coming in, French authorities remain on high alert for wildfires. Meanwhile, a devastating wildfire is engulfing forests in the southwestern coast of Montenegro. Heat waves continue to hit large parts of Europe, with France bearing the brunt. More details in this report for you.
France recorded at least 5,700 more deaths than usual during the heat waves this summer. Temperature in central and southern France is set to cross 40 degrees Celsius. Pressure is mounting on thinning water supplies for households, agriculture, and the environment. Streets are deserted, and even the people who venture out are forced to seek relief through public fountains. The blistering heat wave bearing down on Europe set national temperature records in multiple countries. The record-shattering temperatures that led to droughts have fueled wildfires from Western Europe to the Balkans. A massive fire tore through hilly forested areas in Montenegro's southwestern coast. According to the officials, several residents were evacuated as a precautionary measure, even as hundreds of firefighters were deployed to combat the blaze. Combined with strong, dry winds, fire spread easier and faster, often burning people's homes. Montenegro's officials also said that fire brigades from neighboring countries were requested to help. Meanwhile, in Italy, an ancient bridge has resurfaced from the river Tiber due to very low water levels as Rome has gone without rain for weeks. Rome's main river has fallen below 80 cubic meters per second against a historic value that is around 150 on average in July. Across Europe, the heat wave has exposed vulnerabilities in public health systems.
Now, Japan has summoned Russia's ambassador and lodged a strong protest after Vladimir Putin made his first visit to the disputed Kuril Islands. Tokyo called the visit to Iturup absolutely unacceptable and said the islands are inherently Japanese territory. Putin's visit has now reignited a decades-old territorial dispute and further strained already difficult Japan-Russia ties. Take a look at this report.
Japan has summoned Russia's ambassador after Vladimir Putin visited the disputed Kuril island of Iturup. Foreign Minister Toshimitsu Motegi said that Tokyo had launched a strong protest and asked Moscow to be informed.
ロシア大使外務省の方に照会をいたしまして、本日の、プーチン大統領によります、トロフ島訪問について、強く抗議をしました。また速やかにですね、その旨、本国に伝達するよう、要請をしたところであります。
Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi also called Putin's visit absolutely unacceptable and said that Tokyo had repeatedly asked Russia not to make the trip.
北方領土は歴史的にも国際法上も我が国固有の領土であります。ロシアの現職の大統領による今般のトロフ島訪問は北方領土に関する日本の一貫した立場と相入れません。また日本国民の感情を傷つけるものであり断じて許容できません。
Putin had visited a fish plant, a hospital and a school on Iturup and met local residents and the governor of Russia's Sakhalin region. The visit came during Putin's wider trip across Russia's Far East after he attended Pacific Fleet exercises on Sakhalin.
Ясно, что основные задачи решаются сегодня в ходе специальной военной операции, но наша с вами обязанность обеспечить безопасность российского государства на всех его рубежах, на всех территориях. Это территория непростая. Вчера командующий давал оценку ситуации в регионе, я с ней согласен полностью. Хотел бы вас сегодня послушать и послушать ваши предложения о том, что нужно сделать дополнительно для того, чтобы создать вам и вашим подчиненным условия для наиболее эффективного решения стоящих перед нами общих задач.
The dispute centers on 4 southern Kuril islands, which Russia controls, but Japan call its northern territories. The Soviet Union seized the islands in the final days of World War II, and the dispute has prevented Moscow and Tokyo from signing a formal peace treaty. Decades of negotiations have failed to resolve the territorial row, while Russia has strengthened its presence across the Kurils. Relations have deteriorated further since Japan imposed sanctions on Russia after its invasion of Ukraine in 2022.
ロシアによるウクライナ侵略を受けて日露関係は厳しい状況にあります。そのような中でも日本はできる限りの努力を払ってきましたが、今回の訪問は日本国内の対ロ感情を一層厳しくし、中長期的な関係回復を困難にしたと言わざるを得ません。ロシア側においてはこのことの重大さを深刻に受け止めてほしいと考えております。以上です。
With Tokyo now formally protesting Putin's first visit to the disputed islands, the Kuril territorial row has emerged as another major flashpoint in already strained Japan-Russia ties.
All right, viewers, we'll keep tracking the top stories for you, but we'll pause for a short break. Coming up after the break, Congress leader Sandeep Dixit makes disgusting sexist remarks on Italian PM Meloni. Rahul Gandhi laughs on it.
लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
जब सरकार बातें नहीं मान रही है तो ऐसे में हम लोग भी ठाने हैं, जितने भी हड़तालकारी हैं, भूख हड़ताल बैठे हुए सब लोगों का मानना है हम लोग फिर ऐसे में जिंदा रहकर क्या करेंगे। इसलिए हम लोग डॉक्टर्स को बोल भी दिए हैं कि नहीं, जब तक सरकारें मांगे पूरी नहीं करती है हम भूख हड़ताल पर जैसे बैठे हैं वैसे बैठे रहेंगे।
Tata Sons' search for a new chairman has hit a hurdle ahead of the August 18 annual general meeting, with the freeze on Sir Ratan Tata Trust, a key shareholder of Tata Trust, complicating the succession process. Tata Trust trustees discussed N. Chandrasekharan's decision to step down after his current term ends in February 2027, while also considering legal options to resolve the issue. Indian IT companies have sharply reduced fresh H-1B visa applications for the US fiscal year 2027 as higher costs and changes to the lottery system make overseas hiring more expensive. Eligible registrations fell 38.5% to 2,11,600 from 3,43,981 a year earlier, according to US Citizen and Immigration Services. Immigration experts also pointed to the growing use of artificial intelligence as another factor behind the decline. Alright, time to pause for another short break. Coming up after, Pakistani handler arrested from Karnataka's Kala Buragi. Shocking videos of Jammu and Kashmir being excluded from India's map found on the handler's phone.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Well, I think it's a disgraceful thing. There's absolutely, this is unacceptable, this sort of behavior. And I don't know who's done it, whether it's a Nihang or some other person. There should be full inquiry and full action taken against this person. And I hope Sukhveer is better. I'm told he's been injured on his arm and he's under treatment. And my good wishes are with him. I hope he gets better soon. I don't know. That is for the investigation to now find out who this was. If it was it a Nihang or was it some other Akali activist or some activist of some other party. Once we only come to know, then we know what the objective of this attack was. Well, you know, the Nihangs are type of people of their own. They take, they react without thinking. And I don't know this, what connection this was, how it was, what was the provocation or something. We can't say that till investigation takes place.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
This Independence Day, Republic TV brings you the Nationalist Collective Conclave, an Independence Day special, a powerful tribute to the extraordinary men and women who served India with courage, pride and unwavering devotion. From the stories of our brave hearts and their ultimate sacrifice to the families who continue to carry their legacy with strength and pride. The Conclave brings you powerful conversations on courage and service and a lot more. A day to remember those who put the nation before self. Nationalist Collective Conclave. Their sacrifice, our freedom, only on Republic TV. It's time for the headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Congress leader Sandeep Dixit makes disgusting sexist remark on Italian PM Meloni. Rahul laughs.
आज जिस प्रकार के संस्कारहीन, गरिमाहीन, अश्लील और अभद्र बयान राहुल गांधी ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी पर दिया है, उसे वो लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन नहीं, एक फेल्ड स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन लग रहे थे.
BJP launches scathing attack after Rahul's crass remarks, says leader of opposition, now more of a stand-up comedian. Rahul Gandhi openly disrespects national anthem, walks around when a national anthem is played. Tunnel collapses in Uttarakhand's Chamoli, at least 7 dead, whereas 22 workers have been rescued. CM Dhami says all necessary resources being deployed for rescue operation. Pakistan handler arrested from Karnataka's Kalaburgi. Shocking videos of Jammu and Kashmir being excluded from India's map found on the handler's phone. course, a massive political storm is now in the cards after leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi laughed at the sexist remark on Italian PM Meloni. A lot has happened, and we'll put out some pictures also which are coming in, and these comments were made by his own party leader Sandeep Dixit. The BJP has now hit back, calling this conversation between Rahul Gandhi and Sandeep Dixit a locker room talk. Rahul is receiving backlash, I repeat, a lot of backlash from the NDA for the sexist conversation over PM Modi and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. This after he laughed on camera after Sandeep Dixit made sexist remarks targeting Prime Minister Modi on his shared hugs to other foreign leaders during his official visit. There you see what Rahul Gandhi did there. He hugged Sandeep Dixit, and we'll play out what happened on the stage.
इनमें घुस गया कि फॉरेन पॉलिसी इज दिस। अब पता नहीं किसने डाला, कहां से घुसा कि भाई फॉरेन पॉलिसी का मतलब इमेजिन द इग्नोरेंस फॉरेन पॉलिसी।
एक चीज पूछ सकता हूं? हाँ। मेलनी समझ के तो नहीं पकड़ा था?
आज जिस प्रकार के संस्कारहीन, गरिमाहीन, अश्लील और अभद्र बयान राहुल गांधी ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी पर दिया है, उससे वो लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन नहीं, एक फेल्ड स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन लग रहे थे। ही वॉज रिजोर्टिंग टू चीप इन्वेंडोज एंड ही वॉज इंडल्जिंग इन लॉकर रूम टॉक। इस देश को एक सकारात्मक विपक्ष की जरूरत है। लोकतंत्र में नेता प्रतिपक्ष की बहुत अहम भूमिका होती है, एंड दिस कंट्री डिजर्व्स बेटर देन अ 56-year-old मैन लाइक राहुल गांधी बिहेविंग इन अ जुवेनाइल मैनर। रही बात मोदी सरकार की कूटनीति की, तो नरेंद्र मोदी वो यशस्वी नेता हैं जिन्होंने एक नहीं बल्कि 9 FTA साइन करके भारत के आर्थिक भविष्य को सुरक्षित करा है। आज हर भारतीय को ये आश्वासन है कि यदि युद्ध हो रहा होगा तो मोदी सरकार ऑपरेशन राहत, ऑपरेशन संकट मोचन जैसे रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस कर उन्हें सुरक्षित वापस भारत लेकर आएगी। स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज से अनगिनत ऑयल टैंकर्स भारत में पहुंचे हैं केवल और केवल मोदी जी के अथक प्रयासों से। लेकिन ऐसा लगता है कि राहुल गांधी अब बयानबाजी केवल सोशल मीडिया के मीम्स और रील वैल्यू के लिए करते हैं।
दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, उनका एक एक शब्द कठोर निंदनीय है। राहुल गांधी शुड सीक मेडिकल हेल्प। उनका व्यवहार एक मानसिक रोगी की तरह का व्यवहार है। ना आपके पास तथ्य हैं, ना जानकारियां हैं, लगातार देश विरोधी, इंस्टीट्यूशनल विरोधी काम आप कर रहे हैं। आपका व्यवहार शुड सीक प्रोफेशनल हेल्प। और आज देश पूरी तरह समझ पा रहा है कि राहुल गांधी मर्यादा खोकर व्यक्तिगत कटाक्ष और अपमान का सहारा ले रहे हैं। ये उनकी आदत बन चुकी है, हैबिचुअल ऑफेंडर हैं। पहले अपशब्द कहते हैं, फिर जनता के सामने जाके अदालत के सामने माफी मांगते हैं। राजनीतिक विरोध कीजिए, सरकार की नीतियों पर सवाल उठाइए, प्रधानमंत्री के फैसलों की आलोचना कीजिए, लेकिन अपशब्दों का प्रयोग ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है।
ये राहुल गांधी जी को हार का जो डेस्परेशन है, हताशा निराशा भाव, ये स्पष्ट रूप से राहुल गांधी में देखने के लिए मिल रहा है। पूरा डेस्परेट हो गया है। ये डेस्परेशन उनका बर्तव्य में दिख रहा है। इसके कारण जब लोगों का डिमांड आया कि परीक्षा पेपर लीक पर चर्चा होना चाहिए और जंतर मंतर पर चर्चा होना चाहिए। सरकार ने पहले तो किरण रिजिजू जी ने पार्लियामेंट अफेयर्स मंत्री ने बताया हम तैयार है और माननीय गृह मंत्री इसका जवाब देंगे, लेकिन बाद में ये लेक्चर सुनने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। ये सब स्वीकारने के बाद हम लेक्चर सुनने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, इस्तीफा देना चाहिए। ये क्या तरीका है?
भाषा राहुल गांधी जी की संयमित नहीं है, मर्यादित भी नहीं है। वो लोकसभा में बोलते समय भी क्या बोल जाते हैं, इसलिए उनको कोई गंभीर लेता नहीं है। राहुल गांधी जी एलओपी के पद पे हैं, भाषा तो मर्यादित बोलनी चाहिए ना उनको। अमर्यादित भाषा क्या बोलना चाहिए? क्या कहना चाहते हैं अमर्यादित भाषा बोल करके? उनकी चलने की स्टाइल, आने की स्टाइल आप देखते नहीं हो क्या? दुनिया देखती है, जनता देखती है, सब देखते हैं। और वो आरोप लगाना, झूठ बोलना और भाग जाना, ये उनके करैक्टर का भाग हो गया है।
जो आदमी मानसिक दिवालियेपन में हो, राहुल गांधी उसी श्रेणी में आते हैं। उन्हें संसद के बदले आगरा जैसे संस्थान में रहना चाहिए कि राहुल गांधी आधा फ्रस्ट्रेशन उनके चेहरे से झलकता है, वो पागल हो चुके हैं। अगर सोनिया जी ने उनका इलाज नहीं कराया तो एक दिन उन्हीं के लिए घातक होंगे।
देखिए, राहुल गांधी के पूरे भाषण में सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक ही चीज झलकती है, जिसको कहते हैं अंग्रेजी में फ्रस्ट्रेशन। फ्रस्ट्रेशन इस बात की कि वो रिजेक्टेड हैं, तो वो अब वाचिक हिंसा पे आ गए हैं। राहुल गांधी लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन, संवैधानिक पद पर बैठे हुए व्यक्ति जिस तरह से नाटक कर रहे हैं, ड्रामा कर रहे हैं, कोई शीला जी के पुत्र के झप्पी पा रहे हैं, वो क्या बताना चाह रहे हैं? उसको, उसके लिए एक चुनी हुई देश की महिला के लिए एक भारत देश के संवैधानिक पद पर बैठे व्यक्ति का स्टेटमेंट, और वो महिला उनका ननेरे में है, ननिहाल की महिला के लिए ये उनकी भावना है। देश की महिलाओं के बारे में राहुल गांधी की सोच कितनी घटिया होगी, आप इसका अंदाजा लगा लीजिए। जब अपनी ननिहाल की महिला और चुनी हुई महिला, वहां पे भी वो चुन के आई है, के लिए उनके मन में इतने गलत ख्याल है, तो देश की बहन बेटी और मातृशक्ति के लिए राहुल गांधी, प्रियंका गांधी जो लड़कियों लड़ सकती हूं, क्यों छुपी हुई है, क्यों चुपचाप है? वो बताए कि राहुल गांधी के शब्दों को क्या वो एक्सेप्ट करती है प्रियंका गांधी? अगर वो स्टेटमेंट नहीं देती तो प्रियंका गांधी की भी इसमें रेटिफाई माना जाएगा, उन्होंने इस चीज को एक्सेप्ट किया माना जाएगा।
So viewers, you heard many reactions coming in from the BJP. The BJP has sharpened their attack on Rahul Gandhi. The BJP has now released photos of the former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, who is the grandmother of Rahul Gandhi, and Manmohan Singh hugging other foreign leaders. The BJP has released pictures of Congress party's hug diplomacy as this political battle is picking up pace. Okay, let's go straight across to Mr. Tuhin Sinha, who's joining us on the phone line of the BJP. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Sinha. I want your first reaction. We have seen that the BJP has shared photos of Indira Gandhi, who they have also participated in hug diplomacy. Well, that is what Rahul Gandhi called it in a very mocking way. The way that he showed it on stage is definitely in a very mocking way. The BJP has said this is gutter level behavior. All kind of reactions have come in from the BJP. Your first reaction as well.
Well, good morning. Yes, Rahul Gandhi's behavior yesterday was crass, it was vulgar, it was perverse, and unimaginably so, to the extent that, we suspect that he seems to be struggling with some mental health issue, because, the kind of behavior has brought shame to not only the country, the entire world is seeing how the leader of opposition behaves in such a cheap and puerile manner. Rahul Gandhi's own grandmother has been a prime minister for a good 16 years. His own mother has been a politician and the president of the Congress party for a long time. For him to demean women leader, whether it is from India or Italy, does not matter. It shows his scant regard for women. And I think today the onus should be on Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, on Dimple Yadav and Mamata Banerjee, the India Alliance partners, to come out and say whether they condemn this perverse behavior of Rahul Gandhi, because ideally he owes an apology to the entire country. This is not the way an Indian leader is expected to behave, because, the world is watching India. I'm sure India, the Italian Prime Minister would not have taken kindly to these remarks. Is Rahul Gandhi only to India's bilateral relations with other countries? I think these are important questions that need to be asked. He may indulge in puerile behavior, but the damage that he has done to the country is very grave. And I think he should quit as LOP, because he seems to be temperamentally unfit to be in Parliament. He seems to be temperamentally unfit to hold any public office. And I think the Congress party should seriously consider sacking him if he doesn't quit himself.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sinha, for joining us as their BJP national spokesperson. I also want to go across to my colleague who's joining us. Harsh is joining us. Harsh, we're getting many reactions from the BJP. We just spoke to Mr. Tuhin Sinha, BJP spokesperson, who has said very clearly that Rahul Gandhi's behavior is crass. I'm coming across to you. Those are pictures that BJP has shared of Congress's hug diplomacy. The BJP also saying very, very clearly that it is not just Prime Minister Modi who has hugged foreign leaders. We also have seen multiple times that Indira Gandhi, Manmohan Singh and other Congress Prime Ministers have hugged leaders. This is part of diplomacy. C.R. Kesavan, BJP spokesperson, is joining us on the phone line. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Kesavan. Your first reaction coming in. We're talking about these pictures the BJP has released of Indira Gandhi, Manmohan Singh, Nehru hugging the other foreign leaders, which is a basic part of diplomacy.
Good morning to you and your viewers. First, Rahul Gandhi is not just puerile, he is also vile. And I think he should answer to these pictures. And also, wasn't it Rahul Gandhi who in the most, childish and also atrocious manner tried to hug the Prime Minister? And it was Rahul Gandhi who blew flying kisses in the house, the Temple of Democracy, a Parliament also. One thing is very clear, the shameful stunt of Rahul Gandhi yesterday and filthy insinuations about Prime Minister Modi's foreign policy, he reflected politics of Rahul Gandhi. And I think the crude and uncivilized antics of Rahul Gandhi basically exposed the very degenerate and twisted mindset of the entire conversation. Let me ask you a very pertinent point. Rahul Gandhi talks about foreign policy. Why does he talk about the foreign policy of Nehru, who was foreign minister for 17 years, and Nehru as foreign minister was a dismal disaster. And one more thing about...
Right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kesavan, for joining us there. That was BJP spokesperson. We're getting many reactions coming from the BJP. I'm going to go straight back to my colleague who's joining us. Harsh, I'm coming across to you right now. It was not just Prime Minister Modi's hugs being mocked by Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi hugged Sandeep Dixit, another Congress leader, on stage. And when he hugged Sandeep Dixit said, "You weren't hugging me thinking I was Meloni?" And Rahul Gandhi laughed. So this is not just one crass comment being made. There are two crass comments which were being made back to back.
Right, Shivangi, and now that is exactly why we questioned Sandeep Dixit in this regard, where he was clearly seen evading Republic's question. Now, what makes it more concerning is that those on stage are not stand-up comedians to use crass words against the public representative of 145 crore Indians. The other one, the crass words were used against Giorgia Meloni. She serves as the Prime Minister of a G7 state, a friendly state, and these words were used by the serving leader of opposition of this country and the other man on stage is Sandeep Dixit, senior Congress former parliamentarian. He is also the son of Sheila Dixit, the longest serving Chief Minister of Delhi. Now, both of these two individuals, senior Congress leaders, use this kind of language against not just the publicly elected Prime Minister of 145 crore Indians, but also against a friendly state, the counterpart of Indian Prime Minister, a G7 state, a developed nation, a European nation, Giorgia Meloni, and that is exactly why it becomes so concerning. Those on stage are not stand-up comedians, are not content creators and memers, but the leader of opposition of 145 crore people representing Indians India from the opposition's angle. Meanwhile, the other person on stage was Sandeep Dixit, the son of Delhi's longest serving Chief Minister, former parliamentarian, and one of the most senior Congress leaders who is also considered as very close aide of Rahul Gandhi. Now, that is exactly why we questioned Sandeep Dixit in this regard. However, he evaded our question. He refused to answer. We questioned him regarding the choice of words that were used not just by leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi, but also by Sandeep Dixit in regards of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and in regards of his Italian counterpart Giorgia Meloni. Shivangi.
That's right. Harsh, I also want to tell our viewers that Rahul Gandhi has made all kind of remarks at public interactions, not even in India. He has made many remarks earlier and he has questioned the way that India's internal affairs, he has spoken about India's internal affairs on external platforms. But here we see something very different altogether. This time, even on Indian soil, he's making remarks about the Prime Minister, who, by the way, travels to different countries. He tries to push Indian interests. He's speaking on that in a very, very mocking manner, Harsh.
Right, Shivangi. Now, this is also very concerning again because he is the leader of opposition. Leader of opposition representing 145 crore Indians, and these remarks were made by a person who is sitting on a constitutional position, and these remarks are used against a public representative, the elected Prime Minister of 145 crore Indians. Now, on several occasions, we have witnessed that Rahul Gandhi uses cast words against the Prime Minister on international stages, and these are some very derogatory words that were in fact used yesterday by Sandeep Dixit and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now, these words were exchanged during a Congress event that was organized in New Delhi, and both of these two individuals, Sandeep Dixit is a prominent Congress leader who has also served as a Lok Sabha MP from Congress from East Delhi constituency, and he is the son of the longest serving Chief Minister of Delhi, Sheila Dixit. Meanwhile, Rahul Gandhi on the other side should be more familiar than the foreign policy because he comes from the family of two prime ministers. He is the grandson of Indira Gandhi, son of Rajiv Gandhi, two former Indian prime ministers, and hugging in diplomatic terms is not something new. It is not new for India. It is neither new for any of the countries around the world. Now, making it a controversy, making jokes against the serving Prime Minister of the country, making jokes against his Italian counterpart, a very prominent G7 state, a developed nation, is something that is beyond acceptable, and that is exactly what we are talking about. We also tried, I'm again repeating, we also tried to question Sandeep Dixit in this regard. In fact, we are standing right in front of his house in Nizamuddin at this hour. We tried to question him against the choice of words that were used, not just by him, but also by the leader of opposition, where he clearly evaded our questions. He refused to answer to any of our questions, and he simply walked away. In fact, he simply flew away from our lens when we tried to question him in this regard. And this is exactly that is very concerning, because these comments were made not by an individual, not by a stand-up comedian, not by a content creator, but the leader of opposition and a former MP who has a very prominent position in the largest opposition party of this country. Shivangi.
Right. Hold on, Harsh, for a second there. You have confronted Sandeep Dixit, so I'll play that out for our viewers. Let's see what the Congress leader had to say to our colleague Harsh.
So, but do you regret the choices of words संदीप जी, संदीप जी, Sandeep ji, were the words used by you correct? Sir, do you regret the choices of words? Sandeep ji, would you please speak to us? Sir, but do you regret the choices of words? Sandeep ji, were the words used by you correct? Sir, do you regret the choices of words? Sandeep ji, would you please speak to us? Do you regret the choices of words? Sandeep ji, were the words used by you correct? Sir, do you regret the choices of words? Sandeep ji, would you please speak to us?
All right, so there you go, where Republic confronted Sandeep Dixit over the visuals we were showing you earlier. So in those visuals, you saw that Rahul Gandhi had hugged Congress leader Sandeep Dixit on stage, and after that, Dixit quipped, "You weren't hugging me thinking I was Meloni." And Rahul Gandhi then replied, "I have not even reached that stage yet." And there was a lot of laughter from the gathering. So all these updates are coming in here. And Sandeep Dixit not really replying to Republic when Republic had confronted Sandeep Dixit, asking that what was so funny while such sexist remarks were being made. Taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Tunnel collapses in Uttarakhand's Chamoli, at least 7 dead, where 22 workers have also been rescued. CM Dhami says all important steps are being taken for further rescue operations.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
बेस्ट हरा बोर्ड दिखाना। सबसे डिपेंडेबल सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस। ट्रायल लूंगा। श्योर। वाटर रेजिस्टेंट है, स्ट्रॉन्ग है, high density wood fiber structure, advanced German adhesive bonding, solid defense. ट्रायल में पास। सेंचुरी के 40 सालों का भरोसा, हरे बोर्ड का असली बॉस। सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
जब सरकार बातें नहीं मान रही है तो ऐसे में हम लोग बिठाने हैं, जितने भी हड़तालकारी हैं, भूख हड़ताल बैठे हुए सब लोगों का मानना है हम लोग फिर ऐसे में जिंदा रहकर क्या करेंगे। इसलिए हम लोग डॉक्टर्स को बोल भी दिए हैं कि नहीं, जब तक सरकारें मांगे पूरी नहीं करती है हम भूख हड़ताल पर जैसे बैठे हैं वैसे बैठे रहेंगे।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Well, I think it's a disgraceful thing. There's absolutely, this is unacceptable, this sort of behavior. And I don't know who's done it, whether it's a Nihang or some other person. There should be full inquiry and full action taken against this person. And I hope Sukhbir is better. I'm told he's been injured on his arm and he's under treatment. And my good wishes are with him. I hope he gets better soon. I don't know. That is for the investigation to now find out who this was. If it was a Nihang or was it some other Akali activist or some activist of some other party. Once we only come to know, then we know what the objective of this attack was. Well, you know, the Nihangs are type of people of their own. They take, they react without thinking. And I don't know this, what connection this was, how it was, what was the provocation or something. We can't say that till investigation takes place.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Congress leader Sandeep Dikshit makes disgusting sexist remark on Italian PM Meloni. Rahul laughs.
संस्कारहीन, गरिमाहीन, अश्लील और अभद्र बयान राहुल गांधी ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी पर दिया है, उसे वो लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन नहीं, एक फेल्ड स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन लग रहे थे.
BJP launches scathing attack after Rahul's cross remarks, says leader of opposition now more of a stand-up comedian. Tunnel collapses in Uttarakhand's Chamoli, at least 7 dead, whereas 22 workers have been rescued. CM Dhami says all necessary resources being deployed for rescue operations. Pakistan handler arrested from Karnataka's Kalaburagi. Shocking videos of Jammu and Kashmir being excluded from India's map found on handler's phone. PM Modi orders probe on attack on Sukhbir Singh. Badal says central agencies to coordinate with police. US Prime Minister Modi has now ordered central agencies to probe the attack on Punjab leader Sukhbir Singh Badal. This comes after an assassination attempt at the Punjab leader when he was attacked with a kirpan. Now remember, this was after Sukhbir Singh Badal was attacked with a kirpan. Now we hear that it's Nihang Sikh who was in fact behind the attack. This was a Shiromani Akali Dal chief and former deputy chief minister Sukhbir Singh Badal, who was attacked with a kirpan inside the Gurdwara Mata Sahib Devanji Mugat. Now the attacker has been identified as Jaspal Singh, who's in fact a sevadar at the Gurdwara, and has been then arrested. Now Badal suffered an injury to his right hand and forearm, and also received a couple of stitches. He's now, however, thankfully reported to be stable and out of danger. Now his security personnel had intervened and prevented a potentially more serious attack. Post that, we've had Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, who's also ordered a probe. Now, this is particularly significant because it was a second attack on Badal in about 20 months when he was also first shot outside the Gold Temple in December 24. Now, the SED leaders are now alleging a possible conspiracy and also demanding a CBI or a High Court monitored investigation, though that remains an allegation and not yet an established fact at the moment. All right, moving on to our next story. In the Air India scare, Airbus has now come out with its preliminary report, and the findings are disturbing. As per the findings, all three hydraulic systems briefly failed, leaving the aircraft without elevator and aileron control for around 4 seconds. Now, the co-pilot applied full nose-down input, but the controls initially failed to respond before hydraulics were restored. The root cause remains under investigation. Now remember this, as we get more details from Airbus. Remember, along with the AID, Airbus had also parallelly launched an investigation into the Airbus failure. The teams were in India, and we've received details now that they have confirmed that there were multiple. Now we have our colleague who's live with us on this. We hear that Airbus has now confirmed of multiple failures in this, including ensuring that the autopilot also failed. There were multiple hydraulic failures as well that we hear. Tell us more about the latest findings by Airbus on this.
Right now, this is the first time when we are hearing an official response from Airbus in this regard. This, in fact, is a 3-page dossier by Airbus itself that Republic have accessed. Now, what does this document say? Let me read out these technical details. These are, in fact, very technical details. Now, as per this document that has been released by Airbus, and Republic, let me again repeat, has accessed this document. Airbus says that all three hydraulic systems were lost in quick succession during this incident. Now, this is a very serious incident. Now, the loss resulted in all elevators and aileron surfaces becoming unavailable for around 4 seconds. The hydraulic failure began at around 8:32. Now, this is in Indian Standard Time, and during the loss of elevator control, the aircraft's elevator shifted while it moved towards their zero position, which causes increase in aircraft pitch. Now, these are serious concerns because Airbus itself in this report has clearly addressed that there were multiple technical snags. In fact, the Airbus has clearly pointed out that the co-pilot during this time gave an full nose down command to the aircraft. However, the aircraft failed to respond to this command, and this all happened in a matter of few seconds, and that is exactly why the aircraft witnessed nearly 3 feet of free fall mid-air while it was traveling back from Phuket to New Delhi. Now, this in fact ultimately became the reason why at least 17 people on board, including 4 crew members, suffered severe injuries. Although the pilot in command's position regarding, because his second toxicology report has also come out to be positive, is also a big cause of concern. But this can also not be ruled out that the Airbus, in fact, the French manufacturer, clearly says that there were some technical glitches, some technical snags with the aircraft. In fact, all 3 hydraulic systems of the aircraft failed completely in a matter of 4 seconds, and that is exactly why the aircraft failed to respond even when the first officer tried to give it some commands. It was a full nose down command that was in fact given by the first officer, who in fact tried to restabilize the aircraft after it witnessed a massive free fall mid-air, but the plane failed to respond to that command, and that is exactly why the aircraft lost its altitude by nearly 300 feet mid-air while it was traveling back from Phuket to New Delhi. Now, all of this happened in a matter of few seconds. In fact, Airbus says that all of these 3 hydraulic failures emerged within 4 seconds, and this is a serious cause of concern because Airbus itself, the manufacturer of the aircraft, A320 is the plane we are talking about, has now clearly mentioned in its 3-paged dossier that there were multiple technical snags with the aircraft in question.
All right, thanks Harsh. We'll keep tracking the story and keep coming back to you for more details. All right, details are now emerging in the Air India Phuket Delhi turbulence probe. Sources say questions are now being raised over pilot Sudeep Vashisht, including his previous incidents and alleged links between his family and the DGCA officials. After Republic's extensive coverage and its questioning of top Air India management, the airline has ordered mandatory dope testing for all pilots. Meanwhile, fresh questions are being raised over the aircraft's delayed pan call to Delhi ATC. Take a look at this report.
The investigation into the Air India Phuket Delhi turbulence incident is gathering pace, with the AAIB likely to submit its preliminary report to ICAO within a month. Sources have informed Republic about the possibility of another aviation cover-up, which has now opened up another can of worms. Republic has learned of fresh questions over the pilot in command, Sudeep Vashisht, and whether he was shielded despite previous incidents. Sources say Vashisht's father was also a pilot and had links to officials in the DGCA. His family's alleged links to the aviation regulator are now under scrutiny as part of the probe. Investigation has also found that Vashisht regularly consumed drugs. After Republic's extensive coverage, Air India mid-air horror, the airline has ordered mandatory dope testing for all pilots. Republic has also learned of the sequence of events that occur following the 300-foot altitude drop. The sequence of events are now raising fresh questions over the communication between the pilots and the Delhi ATC. The Air India flight made a pan-urgency call to Delhi ATC, but only after entering Delhi airspace. Sources say the aircraft encountered a significant altitude drop while it was over Odisha. Yet the urgency call was made much later when the aircraft was already approaching Delhi. The pilot reportedly told ATC that only 4 to 5 passengers had sustained injuries. Despite the turbulence and injuries, the aircraft continued towards Delhi instead of diverting to a nearer airport. The government and aviation regulator are expected to push for an expedited probe into what went wrong.
All right, the Karnataka cabinet clears bill to regulate use of public spaces. Eye on RSS here. Karnataka cabinet clears bill to curb events at public spaces. Now, the cabinet has cleared a bill making prior government nod mandatory for organizing private functions, rallies and meetings on government premises in the state. While the move is being seen as an attempt by the Congress government to put the brake on RSS activities, CM DK Shiv Kumar insisted that it is not being considered for any one party or organization. The new bill requires prior government approval for private events on state property. It seeks to replace an earlier executive order that ran into legal hurdles after Karnataka High Court stayed it and directed authorities to assess requests on a case-by-case basis. Now, the Congress government in Karnataka and RSS have been at loggerheads over the latter's marches and meetings on public property. We've got Abhishek joining us live on this. Abhishek, we hear, of course, now the Karnataka cabinet has cleared the bill. But if you look at it, previously, in fact, the Karnataka High Court had actually stricken down a similar thing. So is it now apt for the Karnataka government to actually, pass it in is it an alternate way that they've found that they can pass a bill after the High Court struck it down? And is it specifically aimed at RSS, given that we know, of course, there's an opposition government in power there?
Well, if you look at the scenario, it was Priyank Kharge, the Home Minister, who had mentioned that the RSS will have to get registered no matter what, because he was slamming at the institution or the organization, stating it is a 100-plus-year-old organization, yet they haven't registered. On the other hand, a contradiction statement had been made by D.K. Shivkumar, the sitting chief minister, where he claims that there are various other organizations across the state which haven't been registered, and they are using various other private and the public spaces over the couple of years. And at some point of time, the government should have a total data or the itinerary of what these organizations are doing, and that is why a bill will be brought into force after seeking the approval of the cabinet. Indirectly, we'll have to see that the Karnataka government, which is led by Congress, is trying to bring in some sort of uniformity with respect to the organizations. On the other hand, the same government is trying to make sure that the RSS register themselves, so that the Congress government will achieve whatever they wanted or whatever they demanded in the last couple of months. So we will have to also see what the BJP leaders or the RSS leaders have to say on this, because the Karnataka government had previously attacked and mocked BJP party and the RSS workers because they conduct the regular route marches or baiठaks in various other public places and the private institutions, and the government had no data of how these people are assembling, who is the person who is carrying information, what the agenda of this entire organization is. And also there was a question on the irregularity of the money which is flowing into the RSS. So we will have to see how this bill will be produced in the assembly, how the BP and JDS will react to the bill which will be presented by the running government, and also we will have to see how the RSS or the BJP might take the matter to the court in the next couple of days. And there are various other stages where we will have to see what unfolds in every single stage. Over to you.
But tell me, Abhishek, in practice, how difficult will it now be practically for organizations like the RSS to actually organize any baithaks now, given that the bill has been introduced? And just pointing out to something that you mentioned, I mean, how likely is it likely that the BJP and RSS, specifically, they could approach the court now before it gets tabled?
The representatives of RSS have ensured and assured BJP not to talk about this. They've also ordered the BJP leaders not to give a hint about what the Congress government says on the RSS registration. But at the same point of time, when the government takes this into consideration on a serious note, they are demanding that all unregistered organizations be registered, their source of incomes be revealed. And also the government, on the other note, is also claiming a fact that they do not have the actual data of how these organizations are built, how these organizations are continuing with their regular meetups, how these organizations are staging their probably protests or the route march every single time. So there might be a bill which will be ensured that it will be announced in the assembly. The lower house and the upper house will have to talk about this, and this after which the pros and cons of the bill will be discussed, and only then the signature of the Lok Bhavan, the Rajyapal or the governor will have to happen. So this is a long process, and it is definite that the BJP or the supporters of RSS in any other form will approach the High Court with respect to the decision taken by the Karnataka state government without considering the opinion of the public or the opposition parties in the state of Karnataka. So it is a long process as of now, but we will have to see how this unfolds in the next couple of days. Probably this bill might be coming into the session on Monday. There might be a small discussion which will be definitely opposed by BJP and JDS, but we will have to see what the government stand is also at this point of time.
All right, thanks Abhishek for giving us more details on this. We'll definitely keep tracking this story. Now viewers, moving on to our next story. In the Nalsar Convocation Row, the BCI closes proceedings against the 2026 batch. Now, as per the BCI chairman, no inquiry is to be held against Nalsar students. So the Bar Council of India has actually dropped the inquiry into the protest against the Chief Justice of India's invitation. Now remember, the row emerged when Nalsar students earlier opposed CGI Kant as the convocation chief guest over his cockroaches remark. Police brutality comment was actually flagged by the students specifically. We've got Ashwarya who's joining us live on this. Ashwarya, now we see a U-turn where the Bar Council of India has actually dropped the inquiry into this specifically. What do you think caused that? And what do we see? We see that the CGI invitation has now, in fact, been extended, and I think that means the Chief Justice of India will appear. But practically, assuming now when the Chief Justice of India does visit the Nalsar campus, how do you see the situation practically unfolding? It could get uncomfortable for him.
The Nalsar students did express their disinterest or even a little bit of hesitation when Nalsar extended their invitation for him to attend the convocation of the 2026 batch, the law graduate batch. However, when the students wrote a letter, there were almost 2 to 3 letters mails that were sent to the administration saying that they should reconsider the invitation that was extended to CJI because in context with the Jantar Mantar protest as well as his lack of interest to hear a case against police brutality on students. He said that the students were very clear saying that that they don't want to take their hard-earned degrees from a Chief Justice of India who is not interested to listen to the students as well. So, however, this particular letter that was sent to administration did not go well with the BCI as well, where yesterday they had announced a circular where there was a ban on these 2026 law graduate students who are passing out from Nalsar, where they were not allowed to sit for the state bar enrollment exam. However, after heavy backlash from the law students, from law graduates across all NLUs, and even the CJP for an extent, there was a withdrawal of this, and they asked for an inquiry within the NLSAR, where they said that there should be an inquiry on how teachers and other external forces instigated the students against this invitation, and not the students themselves for protested against invitation. That was what the BCI said. Later, that was also dropped, and they said that no inquiry is also required. So, if you see this entire scenario, what triggered the withdrawal of BCI's inquiry demand and also the ban on bar enrollment is something that we should also look into, because there was a heavy backlash that came after this circular was issued. The second part is despite these protests and despite these protests and despite the reconsideration request, the Nalsar has extended invitation to CJI. The CJI is yet to accept the invitation, and when he comes for the convocation, because the convocation date is yet to be announced by the Nalsar. So when he comes to the convocation scenario, the students, the acceptance, will it be welcoming for the CJI? Will it be in a more cordial atmosphere than it is now? Is something that we are also looking forward to. And will CJI will accept this particular invitation in the foremost is something the question is also that should be asked right now.
Did Nalsar specifically take any action against the students who were part of this protest? And specifically, has the Chief Justice of India, more importantly, reacted to the controversy?
Well, the Nalsar in specific, that Nalsar administration specific, have not taken any action against the students. They did receive the letters and the mail that were formally sent to the administration asking for a reconsideration. However, until now, they have not taken any action against the students, is what we are also learning. However, on the demand of BCI to conduct an inquiry on the students and teachers and submit a report within 3 days, on that they did respond saying that they will actually take it up to the executive committee of the Nalsar administration and see if this falls under their constitutional rights to conduct such an inquiry. But however, later that demand from the BCI also was dropped. So we have to, despite the student protest, what Nalsar did was they did extend a request to invitation to CJI to attend the 2026 convocation. So we could see that Nalsar did not take the students' demand or for reconsideration very seriously. They did listen to the students, but they on the other hand, they also extended the invitation to CJI as well. So we have to wait and watch what CJI is yet to respond on this entire controversy, because the invitation has been extended, and the question right now is, will CJI Suryakant accept this invitation from Nalsar administration amid this protest and backlash?
All right. Thanks, Aishwarya, for giving us more details on this. I think we'll keep tracking the story, and viewers, time for a very short break. Coming up on the other side, the BJP launches a scathing attack after Rahul's cross remark, says leader of opposition now more of a stand-up comedian.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
जब सरकार बातें नहीं मान रही है तो ऐसे में हम लोग बिठाने हैं, जितने भी हड़तालकारी हैं, भूख हड़ताल बैठे हुए सब लोगों का मानना है हम लोग फिर ऐसे में जिंदा रहकर क्या करेंगे। इसलिए हम लोग डॉक्टर्स को बोल भी दिए हैं कि नहीं, जब तक सरकारें मांगे पूरी नहीं करती है हम भूख हड़ताल पर जैसे बैठे हैं वैसे बैठे रहेंगे।
All right, coming up after the break, BJP launches scathing attack after Rahul's cross remark, says leader of opposition now more of a stand-up comedian.
बेस्ट हरा बोर्ड दिखाना। सबसे डिपेंडेबल सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
ट्रायल लूंगा।
श्योर। वाटर रेजिस्टेंट है, स्ट्रॉन्ग है, हाई डेंसिटी वुड फाइबर स्ट्रक्चर, एडवांस जर्मन एडिसिव बॉन्डिंग, सॉलिड डिफेंस, ट्रायल में पास। सेंचुरी के 40 सालों का भरोसा, हरे बोर्ड का असली बॉस। सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
हनी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Well, I think it's a disgraceful thing. There's absolutely, this is unacceptable, this sort of behavior. And I don't know who's done it, whether it's a Nihang or some other person. There should be full inquiry and full action taken against this person. And I hope Sukhbir is better. I'm told he's been injured on his arm and he's under treatment. And my good wishes are with him. I hope he gets better soon. I don't know. That is for the investigation to now find out who this was. If it was a Nihang or was it some other Akali activist or some activist of some other party.
Once we only come to know, then we know what the objective of this attack was. Well, you know, the Nihangs are type of people of their own. They take, they react without thinking. And I don't know this, what connection this was, how it was, what was the provocation or something. We can't say that till investigation takes place.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, you're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, a war of words has now escalated between Congress and BJP. This comes after Rahul Gandhi's crude and vulgar remarks targeting Prime Minister Modi and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. Now, after this, BJP has come out sharing pictures of Congress leaders also hugging foreign leaders. We'll get you all the updates on that, but first up, a quick check at the top headlines. Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Congress leader Sandeep Dixit makes disgusting sexist remark on Italian Prime Minister Meloni. Rahul Gandhi laughs. BJP hits back at Congress's hug diplomacy, releases pictures of Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi hugging foreign leaders.
आज जिस प्रकार के संस्कारहीन, गरिमाहीन, अश्लील और अभद्र बयान राहुल गांधी ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी पर दिया है, उससे वो लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन नहीं, एक फेल्ड स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन लग रहे थे.
BJP launches scathing attack after Rahul Gandhi's crass remarks, says leader for opposition now more of a failed stand-up comedian. Tunnel collapses in Uttarakhand's Chamoli, at least 7 dead, whereas 22 workers have now been rescued. CM Dhami says all necessary resources being deployed for rescue operations. Prime Minister Modi orders probe on attack on Sukhbir Singh Badal, says central agencies to coordinate with Maharashtra Police. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has now announced that Narcotics Control Bureau has secured the return of fugitive drug kingpin Virendra Singh Basoya. He is in fact also called as Viru. This comes in from UAE, marking a new milestone in India's zero tolerance policy against narcotics. Shah stated that the Modi government is relentlessly tracking down drug traffickers, hiding abroad and destroying their entire ecosystem with a ruthless approach using a top-to-bottom and bottom-to-top strategy. Agencies have also again proven that no matter where such traffickers hide, they cannot escape the long arm of Indian law. Now, this Basoya, Delhi resident linked as the alleged kingpin of an international cartel involved in major cocaine and marijuana seizures, including cases valued in thousands of crores with connections to Dubai and other locations, had been a proclaimed offender fugitive operating from the United Arab Emirates. So a big crackdown and a big success for NCB, as it has now secured the return of this fugitive who has been involved in international drug trafficking ring. In fact, my colleague Saurav also joins us with more details on this. Saurav, give us more details as to how this entire this entire plan was put in place to secure the release of this drug kingpin Virendra, and when can we in fact see the process getting started on the ground?
Yes, the NCB has secured the return of the drug kingpin Virendra Basoya, and this is the biggest breaking we are fetching from the ground of the NCB. He is involved in several drug trafficking cases which pertains to like 2024, 2025, and during 2024 Delhi Police Special Cell have raided South Delhi and Sarojini Nagar, several areas, during which they have secured 540 grams of cocaine, kgs of cocaine, and 40 grams of marijuana, and that alone costed around 5,000 crores. And after the investigation, it was revealed that Virendra Basoya, who was operating from Dubai, he was involved in this, and the drugs were smuggled in India through the sea route from UAE to Goa to the national capital. And after this, the Delhi Police Special Cell has also issued a lookout notice for him, and a red notice was also issued by them. And now NCB has secured his return successfully, and he was a fugitive, and his name surfaced in several multi-crore drug seizures in in India for the past 3 years, and he was operating from Dubai. And his name also surfaced in a drug seizure case which worth around rupees 13,000 crores, and he is the biggest kingpin and the mastermind of the international drug trafficking racket which was operating in India for the past 3 years.
Right.
His associates, one associate Rishabh was arrested in India, and his other associate Jassi was arrested from UK, but he was absconding and he was operating this network from Dubai. And now this is the biggest success for the NCB, as his return has been secured from Dubai itself.
Right, so a big crackdown on, drug trafficking rings and, of course, against narcotics as well. On that note, thanks, Saurabh, for joining us and getting us the latest on this. Now we are shifting focus to another breaking news that we're getting at this hour. Now, Republic has accessed the picture of the police officer, Santosh Kendra, who in fact saved the life of Sukhbir Singh Badal after he was attacked in Maharashtra's Nanded yesterday. Now, the first image of the officer who risked his own life to save Sukhbir Singh Badal is in fact out. Now, remember, this comes in as Shiromani Akali Dal leader Sukhbir Singh Badal was attacked near a Gurudwara in Maharashtra's Nanded on Thursday. He had in fact suffered hand injuries, while his security personnel were also injured in this attack. Now, police said that a man attacked Badal with a knife while he was visiting Gurudwara Mata Sahib Devanji Mugat, and one person in fact was detained also in connection with the incident, which occurred around 1:45 p.m. His condition at the present is now stable, and this is the first picture that has come out of the officer who risked his own life while trying to save the Shiromani Akali Dal leader Sukhbir Singh Badal. In fact, he was also accompanied by his wife Akali Dal MP Harsimrat Kaur Badal at the time of the incident. At the moment, Maharashtra CM has ordered an inquiry into this, while the Prime Minister has also taken cognizance of this entire incident, while directing that central agencies must coordinate with Maharashtra police to probe this entire attack against Sukhbir Singh Badal. But as this happens, the Republic has accessed the first image of Santosh Kendra, who was one of the police officers who risked his own life to in fact save Sukhbir Singh Badal. And the visual on your screen also showing that he was also injured while trying to save Sukhbir Singh Badal in this attack which took place near a Gurudwara in Maharashtra's Nanded. At present, investigation continues behind the person who was involved and the motive behind this attack. All right, viewers, so those are the first visuals that we're getting in of the officer that tried to save the life of Sukhbir Singh Badal when he was attacked near a Gurudwara in Maharashtra's Nanded. At present, the investigation continues by Maharashtra police, as well as central agencies have now been roped in this investigation. But you can see on your screen right now, the visuals have been accessed showing you the police officer which risked his own life to save Sukhbir Singh Badal. In fact, my colleague Revati also joins us with more details on this. So, Revati, as the investigation continues in this attack against Sukhbir Singh Badal, the first image now has come out showing the police officer who risked his own life to save the Shiromani Akali Dal leader.
Right. So yesterday, a shocking incident happened in Nanded where the former Chief Minister of Punjab, Sukhbir Singh Badal, was brutally attacked, and later the attacker was also arrested by the Nanded police. As of now, an FIR has been registered at Mudkhed police station of Nanded and various sections have been slashed against him. Also attempt to murder along with the Arms Act, various sections of the Arms Act have been slashed against him. As of now, the further investigation is underway, but currently we are looking at the pictures who is also injured in this particular attack, and he is the security personnel of Sukhbir Singh Badal. He is Kendre, police officer Kendre, who was there for the security purpose of Sukhbir Singh Badal. While saving him, he was also injured, and later Sukhbir Singh Badal's wife also thanked him for the job he has done. As of now, the condition of both Sukhbir Singh Badal and police officer Kendre is said to be stable. Also, the recent development which we are getting to know is that Sukhbir Singh Badal will be discharged by today afternoon. So, as of now, ATS and Nanded police are currently investigating the matter as
Revati, do continue to stay with us. We're getting some more breaking news updates on this incident as well, that the weapon used for the assassination attempt at Badal has now been seized by police. The weapon is a huge, which was used by attacker Jaspal Singh. So the weapon used in attacking Sukhbir Singh Badal, the president of Shiromani Akali Dal, has now been seized by police as the investigation in this attack continues. In fact, central agencies have also been roped in to understand what was the motive behind this attack. Were there more people also involved in the planning and plotting of this attack? This also comes in at a time when the conditions of both Sukhbir Singh Badal and the police officer who risked his own life to save the Shiromani Akali Dal leader are said to be stable at the moment. In fact, Revati continues to stay with me. Revati, we're understanding that the police have now seized the weapon which was used in this attack. Could you give us more details about this?
Right. So when it was an attempt to assassinate Sukhbir Singh Badal, and at that very point, the weapon was used was Kirpan, and Jaspal Singh, the attacker, the accused in this particular matter, used a Kirpan, and now that weapon is seized by the Nanded police. Also, the most important thing here is that he used Kirpan, which is usually carried by Nihang Sikhs, and he used it for a very different purpose. Also, while interrogation of this particular matter, as according to the SP of Nanded, he said that attacker who was being interrogated, he said that he has somewhat anger related to the rising drug issue in Punjab. That is why he made an attempt. As of now, the interrogation is underway, but today it is expected that he will be presented before the court. Also, ATS has set a probe in this matter. So it will be important to see that what facts are presented when he will be presented before the court. Over to you.
Right. In fact, thanks Revati for joining us and getting us the latest as to where the investigation is now headed in this entire incident. Now, US former Union Minister and Bathinda MP Harsimrat Kaur Badal has also thanked Prime Minister Narendra Modi for his call to inquire about the well-being of Sukhbir Singh Badal, and for also directing central agencies to coordinate with Maharashtra police to probe attack on Sukhbir Singh Badal. Prime Minister has also directed that central agencies must coordinate with Maharashtra police to investigate the entire attack and the assault which occurred as Badal was walking toward the Langar Hall after paying obeisance. Now, the Gurudwara is located just about 15 kilometers from Takht Sri Hazur Sahib, one of the 5 temporal seats of Takht of Sikhism. Security personnel, in fact, intercepted the attacker before further harm could occur in this case, in what the Shiromani Akali Dal has now stated was a close-range attack. So, as the investigation continues, Prime Minister Modi also held a telephonic conversation with the wife of Sukhbir Singh Badal, and while inquiring about his health, he also directed central agencies to to investigate this entire attack in coordination with Maharashtra police. This comes in as the investigation continues in this attack which took place just yesterday near a Gurudwara in Maharashtra's Nanded, when he was in fact going towards a langar hall after praying at the Gurudwara. This is when the attack took place, and now as the weapon has been seized, investigation still continues to find out the motive behind this attack. And now here's the shocking attack on Shiromani Akali Dal chief and former Punjab Deputy Chief Minister Sukhbir Singh Badal has raised serious questions over security arrangements in the state. Now, Badal was attacked with a kirpan at Hazur Sahib Gurudwara in Nanded, with the assailant striking his right hand. The attacker, in fact identified as Jaspal Singh, was swiftly overpowered by security personnel. Police say Jaspal is a lawyer from Pune who had been serving at the Gurudwara for nearly 2 years. The Akali Dal has also alleged a larger conspiracy while demanding that a CBI investigation takes place into this case. But the incident at large has now brought back the memories of December 2024 attack on Badal, which took place outside Golden Temple in Amritsar. With Punjab now heading towards another high-stakes political battle in 2027, and the Nanded attack triggered some fresh questions over how Badal could be approached despite having a Z+ security. There's some more details. Take a look.
A shocking attack unfolded at Nanded's Hazur Sahib Gurdwara yesterday's morning. Former Punjab Deputy CM Sukhbir Singh Badal was attacked with a kirpan by a Nihang Sikh. The attacker struck Badal on his right hand, and what makes the incident more serious is that Badal was under Z+ security cover at that time. The man was immediately apprehended by security personnel. Police has identified him as Jaspal Singh, a Nihang Sikh. According to police, Jaspal Singh is a lawyer from Pune and he had been doing seva at the Nanded Gurdwara for around 2 years. But his justification after the attack have raised serious questions. When asked why he did it, Jaspal Singh reportedly said, "I just felt like doing it." The Akali Dal is alleging a larger conspiracy and demanding a CBI investigation.
आज भी जब अटैक हुआ है, उनके बाजू में लगा है, फिर उनके दिल में मारना चाहता था वो, मगर वो नहीं कामयाब किया क्योंकि गुरु की कृपा थी, गुरु ने बख्शिश करनी थी। साथ के जो सिंह है उन्होंने दे एक्टेड टाइमली, मगर क्या आप इनको गुरु का सिख समझ सकते हो?
Akali Dal leader Daljit Singh Cheema has also raised questions over the attack and the security arrangements.
तो अगर गुरुद्वारे में जाकर उसका सहारा लेके कि यहाँ थोड़ी सी सिक्योरिटी कम है, ऐसे हमले होंगे, तो ये तो संगत के लिए आगे के समय के लिए बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा। तो पहले तो इसकी हायर लेवल की जो इंडिपेंडेंट इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए कि साजिश क्या, ये डीप रूटेड कॉन्स्पिरेसी है। जब तक साजिश नहीं सामने आती तब तक कोई फायदा नहीं, ऐसे आईवाश करने का कोई फायदा नहीं।
And this is not the first attempt on Sukhbir Badal's life.
लेकिन सुखबीर सिंह बादल लगातार
In December 2024, Narayan Singh fired at Badal outside the Golden Temple in Amritsar, and Badal survived that attack too. Meanwhile, the ATS and Pune police have reached Jaspal Singh's residence to gather information about his background. While police have also learned that Jaspal Singh left that residence around 2 to 2.5 years ago. 2 attacks, different years, and fresh questions over how a political leader could be approached so easily despite security cover. With Punjab heading towards another high-stakes political battle, the Nanded attack has already turned into a flashpoint.
Alright, here's another breaking news coming in at this hour. Nalsar convocation row has now escalated. The BCI, Bar Council of India, has now closed proceedings against the 2026 batch. As per the BCI chairman, no inquiry will now be held against Nalsar students. So, BCI essentially has dropped inquiry into the protest conducted against a CGI invitation. The row emerged when Nalsar students earlier opposed CGI Kant as the convocation chief guest. They also cited his remarks about cockroaches, police brutality, and several other comments flagged by students, saying that he was not concerned about the students' issues. Now, this comes in as there was a notice also issued by BCI saying that all these students who participated in this protest will not be enrolled as advocates. But now, going back on that circular, the BCI has come out with a statement saying that there will be no inquiry held against NALSA students and the matter in fact now stands closed. That's the latest statement coming in from Bar Council of India as the controversy over NALSA has now seemed to be dying down. All right, here's more breaking updates coming in as far as Airbus's initial reading of digital flight data recorder is concerned. It has now come out regarding the flight which violently dropped about 300 feet. This was a flight from Phuket to New Delhi. The findings have now indicated that there was a total of about key control losses which took place, including the elevators and ailerons for about a period of 4 seconds. This is with the spoilers also lost as a consequence of the same hydraulic failure. Now viewers, during those 4 seconds, the elevators and ailerons of A320neo drifted on their own without any pilot command following multiple failures of the jet's 3 hydraulic systems, unprecedented in operations of this type of airliner. In fact, the autopilot system of the airliner also then disconnected and the co-pilot who was flying at the time pushed his control stick forward after the aircraft system are believed to have generated some stall warnings in the cockpit. Faced with the prospect of losing control of the aircraft, the co-pilot pushed his side stick forward to drive down its nose, standard operating procedure when confronting a potential stall. But with no hydraulic power available, his side stick inputs did not translate into any nose down movement until all 3 hydraulic systems recovered within a few seconds. So not just the fact that there were allegations which have now come out about the pilot having consumed marijuana, but we're also understanding that this Delhi to Phuket flight suffered multiple hydraulic failures as well, which may have also caused the 300 feet plunge that the flight suffered from, leading to about 14 passengers getting injured in this entire incident. In fact, my colleague Shivam also joins us with more details. Now, Shivam, we have been, rigorously covering this entire incident of the flight which dropped about 300 feet and several, passengers were injured. And now we are understanding, according to this Airbus report, that there were several hydraulic failures which may have also caused this plunge as well.
Yes, it's very important because this comes at a time where our parallel investigations happening on the pilot's behavior, on him being high on marijuana and how he was behaving in the cockpit. And simultaneously, this is an Airbus report, and because it's an Airbus and these are the preliminary findings, and as per this, the hydraulic failure has been confirmed. Now, the hydraulic failure was for about 4 seconds, due to which the aircraft had plunged. Now, the aircraft plunged for around 300 feet. And just imagine, Ishita, if this 4-second hydraulic failure would have happened if the plane was very close to the ground, then it would have been devastating and it would have ended up in a deadly disaster. So the preliminary findings, and it approves and it authenticates the reports that indeed, yes, there was a sudden drop of the flight that is around 300 feet. And as per the letter that we have accessed, the dossier that was given by Airbus, that's Airbus Customer Services, as it reads, they say that based on the analysis of the DFDR, the plots, it is observed that just before 4/2/44, this is the first loss of the GHYD system declared by the FWS, which can be correlated to the loss of the LHG elevator SC, LHG and RHG aileron SC, as well as SPLR 1 and 5. Now, this is this technical language indeed, but this confirms that yes, indeed there was a technical failure, there was a hydraulic failure that happened, but it happened only for 4 seconds. But every second matters when the plane is on air. Now, this has to be examined along with the reports of the pilot's behavior that was also flagged and that has always also been reported. So both have to be investigated, and more details are awaited in this case because the investigation will be continuing as per the Airbus also, and we are awaiting more details on this. However, this is a significant finding. So it's not just the pilot initially altogether to blame, but it's also the hydraulic failure that has happened. Now, this needs to be investigated because did it occur because of the mistake of the pilot? That needs to be investigated also. But we'll wait for more details on the story. But this is significant, Ishita.
All right. Thanks so much, Shivam, for joining us and getting us the latest and a breakdown of these recent findings by Airbus on the entire incident. And with that, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, BJP now hits back at Congress over hug diplomacy, releases pictures of Indira Gandhi hugging Fidel Castro and other leaders. All the updates lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
जब सरकार बातें नहीं मान रही है तो ऐसे में हम लोग बिठाने हैं, जितने भी हड़तालकारी हैं भूख हड़ताल पे बैठे हुए सब लोगों का मानना है हम लोग फिर ऐसे में जिंदा रहकर क्या करेंगे। इसलिए हम लोग डॉक्टर्स को बोल भी दिए हैं कि नहीं, जब तक सरकारें मांगे पूरी नहीं करती है हम भूख हड़ताल पर जैसे बैठे हैं वैसे बैठे रहेंगे।
Coming up on the other side, BJP launches scathing attack after Rahul Gandhi's cross remarks, says leader of opposition now more of a failed stand-up comedian. All the updates lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath, there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Well, I think it's a disgraceful thing. There's absolutely, this is unacceptable, this sort of behavior. And I don't know who's done it, whether it's a Nihang or some other person. There should be full inquiry and full action taken against this person. And I hope Sukhbir is better. I'm told he's been injured on his arm and he's under treatment. And my good wishes are with him. I hope he gets better soon. I don't know. That is for the investigation to now find out who this was. If it was a Nihang or was it some other Akali activist or some activist of some other party. Once we only come to know, then we know what the objective of this attack was. Well, you
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Congress leader Sandeep Dixit makes a disgusting, sexist remark on Italian Prime Minister Meloni. Rahul Gandhi laughs. BJP hits back at Congress hug diplomacy, releases pictures of Indira Gandhi hugging Fidel Castro and other leaders as well.
आज जिस प्रकार के संस्कारहीन, गरिमाहीन, अश्लील और अभद्र बयान राहुल गांधी ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी पर दिया है, उसे वो लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन नहीं, एक फेल्ड स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन लग रहे थे.
BJP launches scathing attack after Rahul Gandhi's cross remarks, says leader of opposition now more of a failed stand-up comedian. Tunnel collapse in Uttarakhand, said Chamoli, at least 7 killed, whereas 22 workers have now been rescued. CM Dhami says all necessary resources being deployed for the rescue operations. Prime Minister Modi orders probe on attack on Sukhbir Singh Badal, says central agencies to coordinate with Maharashtra police. Hello and viewers, you're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, this comes in as the controversy of Rahul Gandhi's crass and crude remarks is now escalated. The public has now confronted Congress leader Sandeep Dixit over the remarks that he made targeting Prime Minister Modi and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. And as expected, he evaded our questions, was tight-lipped and showed no remorse or guilt about the kind of words that he used targeting Prime Minister Modi and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. Take a listen.
Do you regret the choices of words? Sandeep ji. Sandeep ji. Sandeep ji, were the words used by you correct? Sir, do you... Sir, do you regret the choices of words? Sandeep ji, would you please speak to us? Do you regret the choices of words? Sandeep ji. Sandeep ji. Sandeep ji, were the words used by you correct? Sir, do you... Sir, do you regret the choices of words? Sandeep ji, would you please speak to us? Do you regret the choices of words? Sandeep ji. Sandeep ji.
All right, in fact, my colleague Harsh is now back with us. Harsh confronted the Congress leader Sandeep Dixit for the kind of absolutely disgusting and the crass remarks that he made targeting Prime Minister Modi and Italian Prime Minister as well. And, you know, as we showed our viewers as well, he absolutely had no answers.
Right, Ishita. Now, why it was important for us to ask these questions to Sandeep Dixit, because he is not, again, a common individual. He has been a senior Congress leader. He has served as the Lok Sabha parliamentarian from Congress in the past, and he's also the son of the longest serving Chief Minister of Delhi, Sheila Dixit. Now, he, in clear words, knows a lot about foreign policy, and he should be aware that what kind of words should be used against the serving Prime Minister of a nation, an elected Prime Minister of 145 crore individual, and his Italian counterpart, who is in fact an ally of G7, a very prominent nation in itself, a very close friend of India, and these words were used against Prime Minister Modi and his Italian counterpart. Now, on the stage were two senior Congress leaders, including the leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi and Sandeep Dixit. Both of these individuals used these very derogatory words not just against Prime Minister Modi but also against his Italian counterpart, and that is exactly why we confronted Sandeep Dixit in this regard. But as clearly seen in these visuals, he clearly evaded Republic's questions. We tried to ask him that whether he regret the kind of words that were used. In fact, whether is there any remorse at his end or at the end of leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi, because these words were used on an individual who is in fact an elected Prime Minister representing nearly 145 crore Indians, and the words were also used against his Italian counterpart, who is also a very close ally to India in terms of foreign policy.
There has to be some accountability on the part of these political leaders who go on using such crass language against Prime Minister as well as foreign leaders. And with that, viewers, as we confronted Congress leader Sandeep Dixit, this comes after a massive political storm which is now up against leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi, who laughed at the sexist remarks made on Italian Prime Minister. And these comments were made by his own party leader Sandeep Dixit, who we also confronted. BJP is now hitting back, calling the conversation between Rahul Gandhi and Sandeep Dixit a locker room talk. In fact, Rahul is now receiving backlash from NDA for the sexist conversation over Prime Minister Modi and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. And this comes in after he laughed on camera, sort of encouraging the remarks made by Sandeep Dixit, the kind of crass remarks which were made targeting the Prime Minister. Not just that, he also shared hugs to each other, targeting the foreign diplomacy and the hug diplomacy by BJP leaders.
इनके माइंड में घुस गया कि फॉरेन पॉलिसी इज दिस। अब पता नहीं किसने डाला, कहां से घुसा कि भाई फॉरेन पॉलिसी का मतलब इमेजिन द इग्नोरेंस फॉरेन पॉलिसी।
एक चीज पूछ सकता हूं?
हाँ,
मेलनी समझ के तो नहीं पकड़ा था?
राजनीति में मतभेद लोकतंत्र का हिस्सा है, लेकिन अशोभनीय टिप्पणी, संवैधानिक पदों का अपमान, ये एक आदत सी बन गई है राहुल गांधी जी की। अब तो लगता है राहुल गांधी जी का पालन पोषण और संस्कार, इस पे प्रश्न चिन्ह उठने लगे हैं। कांग्रेस की मानसिकता उजागर हो रही है। भारत की गौरवशाली राजनीतिक परंपरा रही है और इस गौरवशाली राजनीतिक परंपरा का अपमान बार बार कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेताओं ने किया, विशेष तौर पर राहुल गांधी जी ने किया है। आप कल्पना कीजिए, एक महिला विदेशी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष पर अभद्र, अमर्यादित और ओछी टिप्पणी करना, ये राहुल गांधी जी और कांग्रेस की मानसिकता दिखाती है। दोनों कांग्रेस के वो नेता जिनकी परिवार की महिलाएं उच्च पदों पर रही, वो एक महिला राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष के बारे में ओछी टिप्पणी करें तो महिलाओं के प्रति कांग्रेस की सोच क्या है दिखती है। महिला आरक्षण का कांग्रेस विरोध क्यों करती है ये दिखता है, और जानबूझ के डिलिमिटेशन बिल क्यों नहीं पास होने देते ताकि महिलाओं को 33% आरक्षण, ये दिखता है। लेकिन अब विदेशी महिला राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष पर अभद्र टिप्पणी करना, अमर्यादित टिप्पणी करना, ये इनके चरित्र को दिखाता है, इनके पालन पोषण को, इनके संस्कारों को दिखाता है। नेता प्रतिपक्ष राहुल गांधी जी सदन में और सड़क में दोनों में पूरी तरह से विफल रहे। ना युवाओं ने उनको घास डाली, ना सदन में उन्होंने चर्चा होने दी। जब चर्चा हुई तो चर्चा में भी दो शब्द पेपर लीक पर नहीं बोल पाए, कोई सुझाव नहीं दे पाए कि इसमें क्या बदलाव करना चाहिए। और अपनी सरकार में जब उनके कांग्रेस के शिक्षा मंत्री थे, जिनके समय 17 पेपर लीक एक राज्य में हुए, उसको कांग्रेस का राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बना दिया।
आज जिस प्रकार की संस्कारहीन, गरिमाहीन, अश्लील और अभद्र बयान राहुल गांधी ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी पर दिया है, उससे वो लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन नहीं, एक फेल्ड स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन लग रहे थे। ही वॉज रिजोर्टिंग टू चीप इनवेंडोज एंड ही वॉज इंडल्जिंग इन लॉकर रूम टॉक। इस देश को एक सकारात्मक विपक्ष की जरूरत है। लोकतंत्र में नेता प्रतिपक्ष की बहुत अहम भूमिका होती है एंड दिस कंट्री डिजर्व्स बेटर देन अ 56-year-old मैन लाइक राहुल गांधी बिहेविंग इन अ जुवेनाइल मैनर। रही बात मोदी सरकार की कूटनीति की, तो नरेंद्र मोदी वो यशस्वी नेता हैं जिन्होंने एक नहीं बल्कि 9 FTA साइन करके भारत के आर्थिक भविष्य को सुरक्षित करा है। आज हर भारतीय को ये आश्वासन है कि यदि युद्ध हो रहा होगा तो मोदी सरकार ऑपरेशन राहत, ऑपरेशन संकट मोचन जैसे रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस कर उन्हें सुरक्षित वापस भारत लेकर आएगी। स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज से अनगिनत ऑयल टैंकर्स भारत में पहुंचे हैं केवल और केवल मोदी जी के अथक प्रयासों से। लेकिन ऐसा लगता है कि राहुल गांधी अब बयानबाजी केवल सोशल मीडिया के मीम्स और रील वैल्यू के लिए करते हैं।
इस तरह से देखिए दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। उनका एक एक शब्द कठोर निंदनीय है। राहुल गांधी शुड सीक मेंटल मेडिकल हेल्प। उनका व्यवहार एक मानसिक रोगी की तरह का व्यवहार है। ना आपके पास तथ्य हैं, ना जानकारियां हैं, लगातार देश विरोधी, इंस्टीट्यूशनल विरोधी काम आप कर रहे हैं। आपका व्यवहार शुड सीक प्रोफेशनल हेल्प। और आज देश पूरी तरह समझ पा रहा है कि राहुल गांधी मर्यादा खोकर व्यक्तिगत कटाक्ष और अपमान का सहारा ले रहे हैं। ये उनकी आदत बन चुकी है, हैबिचुअल ऑफेंडर हैं। पहले अपशब्द कहते हैं, फिर जनता के सामने जाके अदालत के सामने माफी मांगते हैं। राजनीतिक विरोध कीजिए, सरकार की नीतियों पर सवाल उठाइए, प्रधानमंत्री के फैसलों की आलोचना कीजिए, लेकिन अपशब्दों का प्रयोग ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है।
ये राहुल गांधी जी को हार का जो डेस्परेशन है, हताशा निराशा भाव, ये स्पष्ट रूप से राहुल गांधी में देखने के लिए मिल रहा है। पूरा डेस्परेट हो गया है। ये डेस्परेशन उनका बर्तव्य में दिख रहा है। इसके कारण जब लोगों का डिमांड आया कि परीक्षा पेपर लीक पर चर्चा होना चाहिए और जंतर मंतर पर चर्चा होना चाहिए, सरकार ने पहले तो किरण रिजिजू जी ने, पार्लियामेंट अफेयर्स मंत्री ने बताया हम तैयार हैं और माननीय गृह मंत्री इसका जवाब देंगे। लेकिन बाद में ये लेक्चर सुनने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। ये सब स्वीकारने के बाद हम लेक्चर सुनने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, इस्तीफा देना चाहिए। ये क्या तरीका है?
भाषा राहुल गांधी जी की संयमित नहीं है, मर्यादित भी नहीं है। वो लोकसभा में बोलते समय भी क्या बोल जाते हैं, इसलिए उनको कोई गंभीर लेता नहीं है। राहुल गांधी जी LOP के पद पे हैं, भाषा तो मर्यादित बोलनी चाहिए ना उनको। अमर्यादित भाषा क्या बोलना चाहिए? क्या कहना चाहते हैं अमर्यादित भाषा बोल करके? उनकी चलने की स्टाइल, आने की स्टाइल आप देखते नहीं हो क्या? दुनिया देखती है, जनता देखती है, सब देखते हैं। और वो आरोप लगाना, झूठ बोलना और भाग जाना, ये उनके करैक्टर का भाग हो गया है।
जो आदमी मानसिक दिवालियेपन में हो, राहुल गांधी उसी श्रेणी में आते हैं। उन्हें संसद के बदले आगरा जैसे संस्थान में रहना चाहिए कि राहुल गांधी आधा फ्रस्ट्रेशन उनके चेहरे से झलकता है, वो पागल हो चुके हैं। अगर सोनिया जी ने उनका इलाज नहीं कराया तो एक दिन उन्हीं के लिए घातक हो गया।
And now viewers, as the storm escalates, BJP has sharpened its attack on Rahul Gandhi. BJP in fact has now released several pictures pictures of former Prime Ministers including Indira Gandhi and Manmohan Singh hugging other foreign leaders as well. BJP has now in fact released pictures of Congress party's hug diplomacy as this political battle is now picking up pace. So those are the visuals shared by Bharatiya Janata Party showing that how Congress leaders including Indira Gandhi, Manmohan Gandhi, they were also involved in this hug diplomacy, and this comes in as Rahul Gandhi was targeting Prime Minister Modi for his foreign policy and his hug diplomacy. And now we are shifting focus as to what is unfolding in Karnataka right now. The cabinet in the state has now cleared a bill to regulate the use of public spaces, eyeing specifically RSS. In fact, Karnataka cabinet has cleared a bill to curb events at public spaces. The cabinet cleared a bill making a prior government not mandatory for organizing private functions or rallies as well as meetings on government premises in the state. Now, while the move is being seen as an attempt by the Congress party to put the brakes on RSS activities, it was CM D.K. Shivkumar who came out and insisted that it is not being considered for any one party or organization. The new bill essentially requires a prior government approval for private events on state property. It seeks to replace an earlier executive order that ran into legal hurdles after Karnataka High Court stayed it and directed officials to assess the request on a case-by-case basis. Congress government in Karnataka and RSS have been at loggerheads over the latter's marches as well as meetings which take place on public property. In fact, my colleague Sri Lakshmi also joins us with more details on this. Now, this bill we understand has now been cleared by Karnataka cabinet. It essentially makes sure that the government permission is taken to organize rallies, marches and meetings on government premises. But of course, there is a political angle to this bill as well, which is that it is targeting RSS. So put this into perspective for our viewers, Sri Lakshmi.
Very true, Ishita, as you rightly pointed out. Karnataka Regulation of Use of Government Premises and Public Property Bill 2026 will be slated in this monsoon session, which is going to be started from today here in the Karnataka Assembly. And this bill is being seen as an act of curbing RSS activities here in Karnataka. And the cabinet has cleared the bill Thursday. The bill says that a prior government nod is mandatory to conduct or organize any kind of marches, rallies, meetings or any functions on government premises or in public places. We can also remember that prior to this incident, there was another executive order by the government in 2025 saying that for RSS to conduct any rallies, prior government permission was needed. We can remember an incident which has happened in Chittapur, which is the assembly constituency of Priyank Kharge, son of Mallikarjun Kharge, who is also a minister in Karnataka government, Priyank Kharge. And at that point of time, police did not give permission for the RSS to conduct rally over there. And then it went on to court of law, got cleared. Now this bill is going to be slated here in this session. Back to studio.
All right. In fact, Sri Lakshmi, as you mentioned, the context here is very important. We have seen the kind of statements which have come in from leaders like Priyank Kharge targeting Congress. So, the context plays a very crucial role in this. For now, thanks so much for getting us all the latest. And now viewers are bringing in a big update from the world of business. I'm being joined by my colleague Rishita. Over to you.
Well, thank you, Ishita. Now, there's a big development that has come in from the world of global business in general. The White House has placed India in a new category of countries it says are being used to reroute Chinese goods into the US and also dodge American tariffs. Now, a 25-page report titled The Great Transshipment Scam names more than 40 countries at elevated risk of illegal transshipment. India has been placed in what the report calls Tier 1 diversified scale leaders, a group that also includes Canada, the European Union, Israel, Japan, Mexico, South Korea and Taiwan. Now, importantly, this is not a new tariff on India, and the report does not claim that most Indian exports involve fraud. But the language is quite pointed. It describes India as one of China's major transshipment enablers, alleging that minor assembly, repackaging, relabeling, and paperwork changes are allowing Chinese origin goods to enter the US disguised as Indian made. Now, the report's sharpest India-specific claim centers on the Pune-Gujarat-Chennai manufacturing corridor, which it flags as a possible route for China-linked pumps and compressors under HS codes 8413 and 8414, products that compete directly with the manufacturing hubs in Dayton and Columbus. Now, this comes the same week as Donald Trump, the president of US, announced tariffs of up to 100% on imported drones and drone components, a move the White House says is aimed at cutting US dependence on an industry currently dominated by China. Now, we'll have to look at the updates as we go around and see how this impacts India's economy at large. Back to you, Ishita.
All right, thanks Rishita for joining us and getting us the latest on what is unfolding right now in the world of business and what is this a big tariff bomb that's sought to be dropped on India. Thanks so much. And now we're shifting focus to what is unfolding back home. In Jharkhand, the crackdown on protesting students has now triggered a fierce political debate. Around 600 students have now been booked, and this comes after protest over alleged irregularities in JPSC and JSSC recruitment examinations, with the police action now reported during their march towards the Vidhan Sabha. Watch this report as Republic's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami takes on what he calls Congress's ecosystem selective outrage and hypocrisy, questioning why voices that claim to champion students' rights have remained silent over the Jharkhand crackdown. Take a look.
My first commentary tonight is on what has been going on in Jharkhand, because these student protests in Jharkhand over the JPSC, JSSC exam irregularities have, in my view, ripped the mask off the so-called apolitical student movement championed by the Cockroach Janata Party, the Congress-led opposition, the libtard ecosystem. Because everything, and I mean absolutely everything, lathi charge, tear gas, water cannons, police barricades, FIRs on students, media intimidation, all of this that Rahul Baba and CJP and AAP and all that ecosystem called government tyranny, death of democracy in Jantar Mantar is now happening much more intensely, much more visibly in Congress-ruled Jharkhand. Now, how is this going on? Here you have Rahul Baba trying to look like a 15-year-old wearing pink t-shirts and hanging around on big stage managed events where hundreds of crores of rupees are being spent, where he stands up and he says, I'm with the youth. You must never have FIRs on the youth, but his government does exactly that. Rahul Baba also says, I'm with the youth. You must never barricade the youth, but his government does exactly that. Rahul Baba also says, and the CJP also says, wherever there are atrocities on youth, we will stand against them. But they disappeared and they vanished into thin air this time. And Rahul Baba also said, we must never use lathi charge on students. But he did exactly that. And not just that, he had pellet guns ready. He had pellet guns ready, he would have done worse. So everything which Rahul Baba and the Congi and Liptard and CJP ecosystem said was very bad, they did 10 times over in Jharkhand. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen, now they have booked 600 students. 600 students. 100 have been named, 500 are identified, which means they have done facial recognition, they've done drone imagery, they have done targeting, they have done use of the State Intelligence Bureau. They've done everything. They've used the entire state machinery. They're combing through videos. Rahul Gandhi has said CCTV footage should be found. I want to catch those people who stood against my government. Rahul Gandhi is saying, okay, no problems. Use the drones against these people who are protesting in Jharkhand. I will not stop you. I will not question you. Facial recognition is being used. AI technology is being used. The full surveillance capacity of a Congress-ruled state is being used against students. And Rahul Baba won't speak a word about it, but Rahul Baba, Liptard ecosystem, AAP ecosystem, fake ecosystem, not one word against the excesses of the Congress government in Jharkhand. When FIRs were filed after what happened in Jantar Mantar, then these same people, I call posh party boy Saurav Das, who lives in the 10 lakh rupee rent home, right? AAP member and activist, his name is Ranka, and deep state Dipke with dubious Boston credentials. All of these people said, we will continue our protest if even a single FIR continues. But where is posh party boy, deep state Dipke and Aptad Ranka? Where are they now? They're all quiet. Not one word on the FIR against hundreds of students, ladies and gentlemen, in Jharkhand. At that point of time, they said all FIRs should be withdrawn. Now they don't want to say anything. At that time, Rahul Baba said that the tear gassing the students, lathi charging them is not democratic. It should stop. Now they are doing exactly the same, and they got finger on their lips and they won't say a word tonight, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, if you look at the statement of Deep State Dipke, ladies and gentlemen, said, I want to make a demand that there should be no FIR and all the FIRs should be withdrawn. This time, Deep State Dipke, busy with his, I don't know what's in those liquor crates, but they are liquor crates. Coke cans and liquor crates. I'm not saying there are liquor inside the liquor crates, but liquor crates and Coke cans going into Deep State Dipke's home. No point of time is he taking the kind of position he promised he would. He's gone completely silent. He's gone underground and saying, I want to have part B of Jantar Mantar. But don't be stupid, Deep State Dipke. It is because of this hypocrisy that CJP is dead. You can put it on a ventilator, you can put it on a BiPAP machine, you can do whatever it is. But ladies and gentlemen, CJP is dead. Dipke has zero credibility. Saurav Das is being questioned. His finances are being questioned. His background is being questioned. He's under scrutiny for getting foreign money. And I'll tell you, it's a matter of time before Ranka, along with the other musketeers, who, by the way, none of these people are justifiably Gen Z, because they're all around their mid-30s having fancy lives and great lawns and big mansions that they live in. None of these people have spoken a word about Jharkhand, which is why they are fake, and we can never forgive or forget the fraud they tried to commit on the people of India.
All right, viewers, that's a wrap on this edition of Live in Breaking on Republic TV with me, Shita Mitra. And coming up on the other side, Congress leader Sandeep Dixit now makes a disgusting sexist remark on Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. Rahul Gandhi loves. Getting us all the details on the other side. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
जब सरकार बातें नहीं मान रही है तो ऐसे में हम लोग बिठाने हैं, जितने भी हड़तालकारी हैं, भूख हड़ताल बैठे हुए सब लोगों का मानना है हम लोग फिर ऐसे में जिंदा रहकर क्या करेंगे। इसलिए हम लोग डॉक्टर्स को बोल भी दिए हैं कि नहीं, जब तक सरकारें मांगे पूरी नहीं करती है हम भूख हड़ताल पर जैसे बैठे हैं वैसे बैठे रहेंगे।
Coming up on the other side, BJP launches scathing attack against Rahul Gandhi's crass remark, says leader of opposition now more of a failed stand-up comedian. All the updates lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
But I think it's a disgraceful thing. There's absolutely, this is unacceptable, this sort of behavior. And I don't know who's done it, whether it's a Nihang or some other person. There should be full inquiry and full action taken against this person. And I hope Sukhbir is better. I'm told he's been injured on his arm and he's under treatment. And my good wishes are with him. I hope he gets better soon. I don't know. That is for the investigation to now find out who this was. If it was a Nihang or was it some other Akali activist or some activist of some other party. Once we only come to know, then we know what the objective of this attack was. Well, you know, the Nihangs are type of people of their own. They take, they react without thinking. And I don't know this, what connection this was, how it was, what was the provocation or something.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. Welcome to Republic. This is Karun Seth. Now, this Independence Day, Republic TV brings you the Nationalist Collective Conclave and Independence Day Special, a powerful tribute to the extraordinary men and women who served India with courage, pride, and unwavering devotion. From the stories of our brave hearts and their ultimate sacrifice to the families who continue to carry their legacy with strength, pride, and courage, the Conclave brings you powerful conversations of courage, service, and patriotism. A day to remember those who put the nation before self. Nationalist Collective Conclave, their sacrifice, our freedom, only on Republic TV.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Airbus report on Air India flight scare. A report says flight hydraulic system failed. The Air India plane lost elevator control for 4 seconds. Congress leader Sandeep Dixit makes disgusting sexist remarks on Italian PM Meloni. Rahul Gandhi laughs. BJP hits back at Congress hug diplomacy, releases pictures of Indira Gandhi hugging Fidel Castro and other leaders.
आज जिस प्रकार के संस्कारहीन, गरिमाहीन, अश्लील और अभद्र बयान राहुल गांधी ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी पर दिया है, उससे वो लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन नहीं, एक फेल्ड स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन लग रहे थे।
BJP launches scathing attack after Rahul's crass remark, says leader of opposition now more of a stand-up comedian. Prime Minister Modi orders probe on attack on Sukhbir Singh Badal, says central agencies to coordinate with police. Tunnel collapses in Uttarakhand's Chamoli, at least 7 dead, whereas 22 workers have been rescued. CM Dhami says all necessary resources being deployed for rescue operations. Now, Airbus's initial reading of the digital flight data recorder, which is the black box as we commonly call it, of the A320 jetliner, which violently dropped 300 feet on a flight from Phuket to New Delhi, indicated that there was a total simultaneous loss of key control services, including the elevators and ailerons, for a period of 4 seconds, with the spoilers also lost as a consequence of the same hydraulic failure. During those 4 seconds, the elevators and ailerons of the A320neo drifted on their own without any pilot command, following multiple failures of the Jet 3 hydraulic systems, unprecedented in operations of this time of airliner. The autopilot system of the airliner then disconnected, and the co-pilot who was flying at the time pushed his control stick forward after the aircraft systems are believed to have generated stall warnings in the cockpit. Faced with the prospect of losing control of the aircraft, the co-pilot pushed his side stick forward to drive down its nose, which is standard operating procedure when confronting a potential stall. But with no hydraulic power available, his side stick inputs didn't translate to any nose-down movement until all 3 hydraulic systems recovered within a few seconds. Now remember, Airbus has been investigating the 320 failure. What we've learned is, which is following Airbus's preliminary analysis, that the Air 320. Now moving on to our next story, CGI Kant has actually slammed the BCI letter to Nalsar over student protests. Now CGI Surya Kant says whether right or wrong, students have the right to protest. The Supreme Court strongly disapproves the Bar Council of India's letter threatening debarment of Nalsar students for opposing invitation to Chief Justice of India Surya Kant. Now remember, this is after the Nalsar students, some 70 of them, had actually protested, extending an invitation to Chief Justice of India Surya Kant over his cockroach remarks, post which the Bar Council of India had actually initiated the possibility of actually barring the Nalsar students from enrollment into the Bar Counselling. Aishwarya is joining us live on this. Aishwarya, now the Chief Justice of India has finally responded. He's come out saying that the Bar Council of India should not have taken this action, and while he stated that whether right or wrong, students have the right to protest. Tell us what this means now for this particular row. I mean, he's come out stating that, and it's unfortunately put the BCI in bad light now after its action, and the Chief Justice of India actually clearly, putting himself away from what's happened.
Well, the man in the question, the entire row has finally responded, because this was happening from the past 3 to 4 days, where the Nalsar row began. After the State Bar Council, the BPI
we've got Rhythm as well, who's the legal editor with the Republic. Rhythm, thanks for joining us. Now, the Chief Justice of India has actually now come out saying that whether right or wrong, students have a right to protest. Legally, tell us, was the Bar Council of India's action, could this have stood legal ground? I mean, whether if they had, let's say, proceeded with barring these students from actually enrolling with the Bar Council, and the students, let's say, would have taken to the courts, could this have stood the legal ground? What do you think?
Well, I think the first thing is, this is not really about what the BCI has done, because the BCI tried to play holier than thou and say the students should have been debarred. I think their action was a little bit too much in a hurry. Manan Mishra, the president, should have not done it. But let's tell our viewers, the news that's coming in right now, extremely understanding and pertinent to understand, is the bench of the Chief Justice of India has heard this case. And what is very ironic, and I want our viewers to really get that gist, is they were actually protesting against the Chief Justice of India, Surya Kant, as the chief guest at their convocation. There were 450 students. They wrote to the university administration asking it to reconsider inviting CJI Surya, and this was, of course, related to they said his conduct and comments during proceedings against the alleged police excesses against protesters during the demonstration at Jantar Mantar. Now, what also becomes very interesting is the BCI initially directed the State Bar Councils not to enroll Nalsar's entire 2026 graduating batch. So I think the BCI that has withdrawn that direction acted in haste. They should not have. But the Chief Justice of India and his actions today have come across as very, it's good and positive. The way he has spoken, he has clearly stated he's recalling his own student involvement activities, saying there should be no punitive action against students. So the big headline coming in from the top court of the country right now is the CGI has encouraged the students to get enrolled. There will be no punitive action against the students for their protesting against him. It's ironic the CGI heard the case because it's actually against him that they were protesting.
Rhythm, where do we draw the line here between the Bar Council of India's mandate to regulate enrollment of advocates and at the same time, let's say, stepping on something which we could call as academic freedom or the legal discipline of a state university, state/public university like Nalsar?
Yes, I don't think this is so much about Nalsar. I think this is about the CGI and his treatment of the students. And in the past, we have seen there has been more criticism of the Supreme Court. I think it needs to die down somewhere. The fact that there are social media hearings that have happened have also related to this. But now what we have to really see is what the CGI has said, trying to set the right balance, the mid-balance. He says it's a dialogue between students and him. He said, who is the BCI to raise an issue? It's totally uncalled for. He spoke about his own actively involved in student activities and said, even if they are wrong, they have a right to protest. So I think the CGI strikes the right note, disapproving the BCI's action. The matter now ends there. There's a notice. This case will go on. But the CGI has now moved for a harmonious balance. And I also want to connect this to earlier. The Supreme Court today is facing a lot of ire from a lot of people, and they have, instead of going for contempt, started to take this process of trying to pacify the people with such hearings, and I think it's a welcome step.
Got it. All right, we've got Aishwarya also who's joining us live on this. Aishwarya, now the current CGI has been, amidst a lot of controversies. We've seen earlier student protests and, not appreciating the kind of comments that he's made in the past. Of course, once again, he's back in the controversial fore. Now, this is extremely unusual for any term, if you look at the past chief justices. Do we see this controversy ending here, or is there more to it?
Well, what we can see is the controversy ending here with the CJI's reaction and calling BCI's action also completely uncalled for and allowing the students actually upholding the right of freedom for the students as well. Despite them being right, they're asking their demand being it right or not, irrespective of that, CJI here we could see that he had upholded the right to protest from the students as well. So when it comes to Nalsar in question, they had sent this letter, not one, but there were a couple of letters from the students that were sent to the Nalsar administration asking to reconsider CJI's invitation for the convocation of their 2026 year. But however, now that the CJI has responded and there are also, Nalsar also is extending its invitation to CJI despite this whole row. It's something that we are also looking for, but now how students will react to this entire incident is something that we are all waiting for, because the Nalsar students were in fact asked not to enroll, and now they had given that has been withdrawn. There was an inquiry initiated against them, but now that has also been withdrawn, and they had asked for a reconsideration of the invitation, but Nalsar going forward had invited the CJI, and on the other hand, CJI has upholded their right to protest and stopped and condemned BCI for initiating an inquiry against them as well. So it's now up to the students and how they will react upon this entire controversy. will they accept CJI's, welcome CJI's him as a chief guest, and will CJI, on the other hand, accept the invitation extended by the Nalsar despite the whole controversy and the protest summit? Students is what we're also looking for. On the hindsight, we could see that this entire incident has died down with CJI's final remark final statement coming in this entire controversy, and him actually being in the side of the students as well.
All right, Aishwarya, we've got senior advocate Swapnil Kothari, who's a senior advocate with the Supreme Court on the line with us. Mr. Kothari, now we've seen a lot of instances of commentaries, oral commentaries of judges of the Supreme Courts, facing a lot of backlash on social media and causing a lot of controversy before actually any written order is passed. Do you think we need some sort of guidelines to sort of where we define a line as to what extent that commentary could be?
No, I don't think so. If we have to decide and give the guidelines as to what the Supreme Court of India has to say, and comment or not comment, or judges of the High Court have to comment or not comment, then I think that is the last day of our democracy.
Mr. Kothari, sorry to interrupt you there. I'll just have to pause our conversation for a couple of seconds. We've got the Bar Council. We've got an update coming in from the Bar Council of India, which we'll just play on the screen.
It would have been stayed for the asking. In fact, he came to know that some writ is being filed, and I was supposed to mention that writ tomorrow morning. So he immediately withdraws that order within 1 hour. When he withdraws that order, he does not do a full withdrawal. He still says that the Nalsar will do an inquiry and he will take action after the inquiry. Then Nalsar does the final, straw on the camel's back. The Nalsar says that I don't know whether we can do this kind of an inquiry also, whether it is constitutional or not, and we will put it to our executive governing body to decide whether this inquiry should be done at all or not. Then he realized that he may face another setback or another rude, rebuff. So then midnight he tweets that he is withdrawing the order completely. Now, what does this all mean? This means that he is running the BCI as his personal property. This means that he feels that he is above the law. Somebody who is supposed to be the head of the regulatory body for lawyers is behaving as if he is above the law is a very disturbing thing, because he is supposed to set examples for the young lawyers of this country. And if he himself behaves above the law as if the law does not apply to him, you can understand what kind of example he is setting up for the impressionable minds. Because the present generation of these students are actually the future of the legal profession. So it's a very serious issue, and I think it needs to be debated whether a person like this can continue indefinitely and whether he should be allowed to pass orders without reference to any provision of the statute, sweeping orders without realizing whether he has such powers to do so at all or not.
Sir, I want to understand from you, do you think the students who are graduating in 2026 will face any sort of discrimination going forward, because it is creating some sort of discriminatory action that are being taken against them and statements that are being issued? Do you think going forward students may face such actions, sir?
In my view, if you ask me, what the students did was also not in good taste. I mean, they may be justified in doing so, they may be justified in taking this call, but it was definitely not in good taste, because the Chief Justice of India, whatever it is the head of the entire judicial family, and to say that we will not take degrees from him is not proper. But that by itself cannot visit them with any evil consequences in my view. This is a individual call which some students have taken, joined and taken, and every student who must have signed the resolution must be feeling aggrieved by the inaction of the CJI as far as the protesters are concerned. But that by itself will not visit them with any evil consequences, and I don't think they should have any problem in their enrollment. And there are better ways for them to protest rather than not taking the degree from the CJI. They could have done a more dignified way of protesting. But again, that is their call. It is not something for me to comment upon. It is not for me to say whether what they did was right or wrong. But definitely this cannot visit them with any evil consequences.
Thank you so much.
All right, we saw there on our screens, which was Vikas Singh, who's obviously a member of the Bar Council of India, actually criticizing Manan Kumar Mishra, who's the BCI chairman. He said that probably he overstepped and should not have proactively released such an order on behalf of the Bar Council of India. At the same time, he did also lay a word of caution or did not really, passed a comment stating that maybe the students could also have protested in a better manner, not directly without directly targeting the Chief Justice of India. However, the important point here is now that both the Chief Justice of India, Mr. Suryakant, has come out saying that he does not appreciate the Bar Council of India order, and students, or the entire batch in this case, should not have been debarred, or an order stating that they would be debarred from enrollment should not have been passed. Now we've got Mr. Aniket, who's also joining us live on this. Mr. Aniket Ujjwal is a senior Supreme Court advocate. Mr. Ujjwal, we've seen obviously a controversial stance here taken by the Bar Council of India. From legal perspective, I want to ask you, does the Advocates Act allow the Bar Council to put such a blanket freeze for calling for debarment of an entire batch of a university?
Well, legally speaking, I don't think that there is a provision to that effect where universally or across the board such a rule can be implied or forced upon, particularly when a batch of students have expressed their reservations about a particular event. Having said that, however, I think the students should have also observed caution in terms of trying to do or saying something in respect of the position that the Honorable Chief Justice of India is holding. Nonetheless, the Honorable Chief Justice of India has expressed his views that this is uncalled for, and they have also said not to take any coercive action. So I think it puts rest to all this controversy.
Does this also raise a larger question of freedom of speech and expression within our legal universities?
Well, everybody has a right to peacefully protest against any decision. Of course, that is provided and protected by the Constitution of India. And therefore, I think there have been a number of judgments in which the free speech has been described and what are the extent to which a person can go while exercising his free speech right. Nonetheless, every speech that is protected there are also responsibilities along with it. But I don't think that we should stretch this issue any further when the Supreme Court, when the Chief Justice bench has today clarified that nobody should else intervene because this is between the students and the Honorable Chief Justice, and they have also issued some sort of order where they have said not to take any coercive action in terms of the action against the students.
All right. Thank you, sir, for joining us with your legal advice on this. Indeed, I think we should now put the matter to rest. Now, moving on to Bharat in 1 minute. The Odisha Disaster Rapid Action Force conducted rescue operations across flood-affected areas in Odisha following continuous rainfall over the past 24 hours. Now, water levels have risen several meters above the embankment, making transportation and vehicular movement difficult. Several areas across the district have reportedly been affected by the flooding. You see visuals on your screen where flooding has affected areas across Odisha. Now, several areas have been affected here. On your screens, you see that. Now, security has been tightened across Jammu and Kashmir ahead of Independence Day. Surveillance has been intensified along the line of control, while additional security personnel have been deployed at vulnerable and sensitive locations. Now, the Border Roads Organization, which is the BRO, has restored connectivity between Srinagar and Ladakh after flash floods disrupted the Srinagar-Sonmarg-Bumri road. The connectivity was restored within 5 hours by BRO personnel. All right, time to pause for a short break. But coming up on the other side, Airbus report on Air India flight scare. Report says flight hydraulic system failed. The Air India plane lost elevator control for 4 seconds.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
जब सरकार बातें नहीं मान रही है तो ऐसे में हम लोग बिठाने हैं, जितने भी हड़तालकारी हैं, भूख हड़ताल पे बैठे हुए सब लोगों का मानना है हम लोग फिर ऐसे में जिंदा रहकर क्या करेंगे। इसलिए हम लोग डॉक्टर्स को बोल भी दिए हैं कि नहीं, जब तक सरकारें मांगे पूरी नहीं करती है हम भूख हड़ताल पर जैसे बैठे हैं वैसे बैठे रहेंगे।
अभी तक तो कॉल नहीं आया है। 2 राउंड की वार्ता होने के बाद अभी तक तो सरकार की तरफ से कोई वैसा बुलावा नहीं आया। दुर्भाग्य है। हम लोग हर रोज हर पल इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि हमारी मांगे कब पूरी हो, हमसे वार्ता कब हो। तो ये वार्ता तो हम लोग माननीय मंत्री डेलीगेशन उधर से जो 4 थे उनके साथ हम लोग 2 वार्ता किए हैं। हम लोगों ने तर्क के साथ चीज़ों को रखे। मेरा मानना है कि अगर जब वार्ता हो तो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी रहें, हम लोग की बातों को समझें, क्योंकि ये माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी अगर रहेंगे तो एक अच्छा मैसेज भी जाएगा पूरे राज्य में छात्र युवाओं के पास, उनके अभिभावक के पास, कि जब मेरे बच्चे इतने दिन से वहाँ थे और तो इस राज्य के गार्जियन, इस राज्य के मुखिया ने बतौर अपने अध्यक्षता में अपने पास बुलाकर उनकी बातों को समझा और उनके मांगों को माना, तो ये एक अच्छा मैसेज जाएगा। लोकतंत्र में ये होनी चाहिए।
जी, मैं प्रेम नायक कोडरमा से। आज मेरा भूख हड़ताल का 11वां दिन है और टोटल हम लोग का धरना का 20वां दिन है। और ऐसे में स्थिति बिगड़ती
Coming up, BJP launches scathing attack after Rahul's cross remarks, says leader of opposition now more of a stand-up comedian.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath, there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Well, I think it's a disgraceful thing. There's absolutely, this is unacceptable, this sort of behavior. And I don't know who's done it, whether it's a Nihang or some other person. There should be full inquiry and full action taken against this person. And I hope Sukhbir is better. I'm told he's been injured on his arm and he's under treatment. And my good wishes are with him. I hope he gets better soon. I don't know. That is for the investigation to now find out who this was. If it was a Nihang or was it some other Akali activist or some activist of some other party. Once we only come to know, then we know what the objective of this attack was. Well, you know, the Nihangs are type of people of their own. They take, they react without thinking. And I don't know this, what connection this was, how it was, what was the provocation or something. We can't say that till investigation takes place.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Airbus report on Air India flight scare. Report says flight hydraulic system failed. The Air India plane lost elevator control for 4 whole seconds. Congress leader Sandeep Dixit makes disgusting sexist remark on Italian PM Meloni. Rahul laughs along. The BJP hits back at Congress hug diplomacy. And they released pictures of Indira Gandhi hugging Castro and other leaders.
आज जिस प्रकार के संस्कारहीन, गरिमाहीन, अश्लील और अभद्र बयान राहुल गांधी ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी पर दिया है, उसे वो लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन नहीं, एक फेल्ड स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन लग रहे थे.
BJP launches scathing attacks after Rahul's crass remarks, says leader of opposition now more of a stand-up comedian. PM Modi orders probe attack on Sukhbir Singh Badal, says central agencies to coordinate with the police. Tunnel collapses in Uttarakhand's Chamoli, at least 7 dead. 22 workers have been rescued. CM Dhami says all important resources being deployed for rescue operations. We are live and breaking. Republic has confronted Sandeep Dixit. Yes, the same Sandeep Dixit who hugged Rahul Gandhi. And then after that, he said that, do I remind you of Maloney? And we confronted Sandeep Dixit over his sexist remarks on PM Modi and Italian Prime Minister Maloney. As expected, he evaded questions. He was tight-lipped and showed no remorse whatsoever. The Congress leader evading questions and showing no remorse over the comments that he made, the sexist comments that he had made on stage with Rahul Gandhi. So we will play out that entire confrontation for you.
Do you regret the choices of words? Sandeep ji, were the words used by you correct? Sir, do you regret the choices of words? Sandeep ji, would you please speak to us?
And viewers, this confrontation comes after a massive political storm is now on after LOP Rahul Gandhi laughed at the sexist remark on Italian PM Maloney, and these comments were made by his own party leader Sandeep Dixit. The BJP has hit back, calling this conversation between Rahul Gandhi and Sandeep Dixit a locker room talk. Rahul is receiving backlash from NDA for the sexist conversation over PM Modi and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. But in 2013, it was Rahul Gandhi himself who was advocating for pro-hug diplomacy. We get you both the statements and the hypocrisy.
इनके माइंड में घुस गया कि फॉरेन पॉलिसी इज दिस अब पता नहीं किसने डाला, कहां से घुसा कि भाई फॉरेन पॉलिसी का मतलब इमेजिन द इग्नोरेंस फॉरेन पॉलिसी।
एक चीज पूछ सकता हूं? हाँ। मिलनी समझ के तो नहीं पकड़ा था?
Out those two pictures coming in for you. So on your screen, you will see two visuals. And those two visuals show you the hypocrisy of the Congress. 2013, Rahul himself advocated hug diplomacy. Rahul Gandhi gave a speech at CII annual general meeting, and he demonstrated how India applies power by hugging the person he was sharing the stage with. And now, on the right-hand side, he's mocking what has been happening for generations and generations of prime ministers. Many prime ministers, including Rahul Gandhi's grandmother, Indira Gandhi, they have been using so-called hug diplomacy, the same diplomacy that Rahul Gandhi is making fun of on that stage.
So Chinese Prime Minister's secretary came up to me in one of these talks and she says, tell me, Mr. Gandhi, why is it that everyone worries about China and nobody worries about India? So I said, well, why don't you tell me? And she says, Mr. Gandhi, because China is more powerful than India. I said, that's interesting. I said, show me your hand. Sorry, I'm going to have to do this. I said, show me your hand. I said, you see, this is how China applies power. When I apply power like this, he feels it. He understands it. And he says, hey, you're holding my hand. You're pressing me down. Now, this is how India applies power. Hold this. Very true. Very true. Very true. So Chinese Prime Minister's secretary came up to me in one of these talks and she says, tell me, Mr. Gandhi, why is it that everyone worries about China and nobody worries about India? So I said, well, why don't you tell me? And she says, Mr. Gandhi, because China is more powerful than India. I said, that's interesting. I said, show me your hand. Sorry, I'm going to have to do this. I said, show me your hand. I said, you see, this is how China applies power. When I apply power like this, he feels it.
In fact, the BJP has sharpened its attack on Rahul Gandhi. BJP has now released photos of former Prime Ministers like Indira Gandhi and Manmohan Singh hugging other foreign leaders. Now, the BJP has released its pictures, which you see there on your screen. Now, these pictures of Congress parties hug diplomacy as this political battle is picking up pace. So those are pictures coming in, as you can see on your screen. Manmohan Singh, Indira Gandhi, they have also been engaging in so-called hug diplomacy. So once again, the Congress being extremely hypocritical. I'm getting some more breaking news coming in. Let's go to that next. Okay, getting you some big breaking news. Supreme Court stays the High Court order on jobs for Karur stampede victim skin. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV viewers. Supreme Court gives the Tamil Nadu government free hand on job offers to victim skin. Supreme Court stays High Court direction limiting jobs to temporary offers. Karur stampede case viewers. Supreme Court says government can decide on jobs. And Supreme Court says a court should not, I repeat, should not restrict government's power to offer jobs. So huge updates coming in on Republic TV viewers. And this is coming in as the Supreme Court has struck down a order passed by the Tamil Nadu government granting compassionate appointments to victims' families in the Karur stampede tragedy. And this is a huge update coming in viewers of Republic TV. And now, I repeat, and now the big breaking news that we have got for you is that Supreme Court has stayed the High Court order on jobs for Karur stampede victim skin. And Supreme Court gives the Tamil Nadu government free hand on job offers to victim skin. So back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. Supreme Court had now gone ahead, given this big update that we are getting for our viewers to really understand what is happening right now. Let's go straight across with Shardha. Shardha, yes, take our viewers through what's the latest coming in.
Shwangi, what has happened is after the Karur stampede, Vijay, after becoming the Chief Minister, had gone to Karur around last month, where he had stated that the government job would be provided for the victims, especially the skins of the victims who lost their life in the Karur stampede. Following that, at that time, a plea was filed by the DMK telling that it's not fair to give a government job to the family that lost their life in a political event. It was not a government event, it was a political event that was organized by the TVK at that point of time for the political leader to do a campaign. So the DMK at the time filed a plea. Later, the High Court did not deny giving the order, but later a public interest litigation was filed through which in that plea it was suggested that a temporary job order can be given, and on that basis the job offers can be provided and government jobs cannot be provided. Now, the
TVK, after the High Court order, moved the Supreme Court, and today, while hearing the case in the Supreme Court has now questioned and asked the High Court order to be put on stay, stating that the government has all the rights, has free hand to provide jobs to the people who have lost their life in the state, and that it cannot be questioned or it cannot be withheld. It stated that this High Court order that's been given should be put on a stay, and that the order given by the TVK government should be taken into consideration, Shivangi.
That's right. And the court has asked very clearly, what is the problem with the government providing relief to the victims of a tragedy? That's what the court had asked, Shardha.
Very true, Shivangi. The court has actually questioned, the Supreme Court has questioned the High Court, saying, what is the problem in providing the jobs for the families who have lost their lives in an event, whereas the plea litigation filed by the DMK at that time and also the PIL filed by another human rights activist stated that the exams that's been conducted in the state go through the employment opportunities. They have TNPSC exams that needs to be conducted, employment registrations, and stated that the government is taking ownership of something that's not related to them, and this is what the DMK pointed at that time. Now, the TVK responded responded at the time saying that after becoming the chief minister, Mr. Vijay, on a compassionate basis, only provided them with the government jobs, apart from the remuneration money that he gave as a political leader even before he became the chief minister. But the PIL file in the High Court pointed out that it was a political event and not a government event, and it was not necessary for the TVK leader and the current chief minister to provide jobs, especially government jobs for the family that lost their kin. In that case, now the Supreme Court had put a complete stay on the High Court order and noted that there is no issue in the job orders being given to the people of the Karur family victims.
That's right. Okay, so let's go through exactly what happened inside the court. We will talk a little bit more about what happened. So we see that inside the court, we see that if the state wants to give out compassionate appointment, what issue does the High Court have? This is exactly what was discussed inside the Supreme Court. And we're also coming to know the bench also asked what was the problem with the state giving employment to the victims of a tragedy. And Justice Pardiwala said a stampede happened, people died. If the government decided they should be provided with some relief and decided to compensate them with money, how are you to question them that no employment should be given? Suppose a sole member died in the tragedy, shouldn't the government give some employment to son or daughter? These are some very, very important questions which were raised inside. Sharda.
Well, Shivangi, that's true. Now, the Supreme Court has questioned openly as to that High Court cannot intervene in this particular order. Said while giving the job offers, the government had made it very clear it's on a compassionate basis, and that at that time no TNPSC examiner who had conducted exams or who had given their exams had given their objection to this. It was only political parties that blamed the TVK government, saying that these jobs should not be given. Later, a PIL-based complaint was taken by the HC and stay was given. What we have to see here is when the DMK filed the same plea in the High Court saying that the government job order should not be given, it was the same High Court that said that it is the government's choice. But later, after the PIL was given, is when they pointed out, telling that it was a political event and